way. We've been doing really good with the Permadeath run. We've got all the story stuff done. But what I've started to doing, just kind of hang out or whatever, is just basically figuring out things like what factions haven't I maxed out. All right, let's start working on that. And so the one we kind of pulled aside yesterday was like, oh, I haven't maxed out the Outlaws. Let's work on the Outlaws nonsense. And I think we had already finished with this system. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, because we've already been down to one of the planets and all that. Yeah, so we've already finished with this system. Okay. But yeah, so we've been working on the Outlaw stuff. And just generally working on progression. Catch 14 uncommon fish. And you'll give me 400 quicksilver. Do I even have the fishing pole attached? I do, actually. No, that's the scanner. Alright, where's the fishing pole? I don't usually fish, but it's also like, you know what? What's something we haven't done? Well, I have no carbon? Get this out of my life. Right, okay. So let's go do one or two things real fast. Space fish. Yep. But yeah, so the idea is to pop around. I'm gonna start actually doing some work on Quicksilver, like not like the whole doing the multiplayer big missions or whatever, but just broadly speaking, if it's convenient, grab one or two things. Let's see. None of the rewards here do I really care about. Okay, do you happen to have any carbon? You do not. Alright. Oh, you know what we'll do real fast? Because I know I'm going to be going back to my freighter anyway. You should catch an existential crisis to show the world. And show it the world. Sadly, mechanically, the way the game works, last I checked, is the game doesn't have the concept of, like, when you fish, you don't catch the specific fish in the air. At least I don't believe so. Pretty sure that's not how it works. I think you just fish and you pull up, like, a bunch of generic fish that are kind of universally everywhere. Like, you know, the specific ones might be varied world to world. Like, there's some fish that are on the ice worlds and some that are on the fire worlds and all that. But all fire worlds, I believe. Could you not be in my personal space? Come on. View citizen request. Okay. Adventurous-minded citizens are proposed an expedition, a planetary drudge CAC as their leader, and they come in possession of an ancient map. The map indicates a relic site a few days' march away from the settlement. They are compelled to investigate. Sure. Now, one downside I dislike with how this works, so I had a bunch of stuff in storage, but because I have authorized that and that put the town in debt or whatever, it means I run into the issue where I can't acquire any of those goods out of there. Alright, so we got our starship hub that we've just opened up as we continue to build our settlements and make them more and more lucrative. Like, I kind of wish that the 200 chromatic metal, we can do that. I kind of wish that you had, like, reserves or whatever for the, for where you're here. And then the idea was, like, when you went to do stuff, if you had money in your reserves, it would just pull from the reserves and that was fine. Alright. So I'm taking some of these ones that we got, like, trace amounts of stuff. and burning those first. So I can get the 200 chromatic real fast. Upgrade our starport. Because generally speaking, when you're doing the settlements, if it exists, there's no reason not to upgrade it. Like, the only reason you might not upgrade is because there's something you see as a higher priority, but even then, it's like, okay, well, that's just saying, not that you shouldn't upgrade it, but there's something more urgent. Okay, so settlement. Yep, the air settlement's meanwhile coming up on 6 million credits in debt, because we still got a lot more upgrading to do and whatnot. Closely inspecting the rug is part of hearing import requests. Now we need pokeballs that are not pokeballs to capture the friends. Settlement management. Okay. The settlement's plasma extractor is a vital part of the ongoing productivity program. Unfortunately, a timed fluid leak. Significant refurbish is required. It'll massively increase your productivity, but it'll put us in more debt. We are under attack. Get me to an angle where... Alright. Okay. We can reopen our upgraded structure to getting an A-class habitat. You need an amino chamber. And upgrade to S rank. Okay. What the heck was going on here that we just decided a thing? That was right. Okay, well, we did our job here. So now we're gonna hop back to our freighter, which is in the crime system, the outlaw system. So we can start doing our crimes. But yeah, so settlements are a lot of, like, pop over, do 1, 2 things, go about your business. Repeat. Alright. Fleet Command Online. Calibrating for Fleet Commander, Anvil, and the... I don't care about your names, they're all terrible. I just care about results. Alright, hunted and destroyed troublemakers at the request of local space station chief. Rewarded by vacating authorities, 300 credits. Planetary exploration team encountered a crash ship. On approach, distress beacon protected large red orb. Orb appeared to scan crew, and then vanished. Recovered valuable salvage. Activated indium. Fleet early warning system mistook asteroid belt for incoming enemy fires. Asteroids appeared valuable, so deployed fighters anyway. Destroyed asteroids. Harvested things. We got some Herox. We got another 250,000 credits. And then it was time to come home. And then the other one's still out and about. Oh, right, I meant to sell that. It's fine. Okay, and our new expedition we could send out. We still have that one. Let's send out a combat patrol. So we got our 2 main combat ships. Do you require more fuel? Can we accommodate? We cannot. Well, you have a lovely day then. Oh, that's right. I wanted to make the level 3 Atlas Pass because I got the 1 and the 2. And I meant to make the level 3, and that's why I got the Emerald yesterday, and I kept forgetting. Alright. So then I got Atlas Pass 1, 2, and 3. Meanwhile, I did see that I actually can make the smaller container of fuel. And also chuck you in there. Alright, let's see if that's enough to do anything. Nope. That's fine. In that case, chuck that on the freighter. We won't think about it again. Chuck you on the ship. We won't think about it again. You can go on the freighter. Just cleaning up our inventory as best we can. Okay. So with that all sorted out, we still got our expedition out doing trade things. I kind of wish, I don't know like what control they have it. I kind of wish when you went down, like from the bridge of the carrier to the docking bay, that it was facing you in the direction of back there. Cryogenic chamber. Destroy planetary depots. Bring bad news, Captain. Friend, our fleet has been involved in a serious incident sustaining heavy damage. Please inspect the damage report and give us advice. Fleet auto-diagnostics report, frigate, whatever the crap that is, was sustained mission-critical damage. Crew are incapable of performing maintenance. Farther damage... Yeah, just recall it. Okay. Okay. Our mining crews, so rescue the team. Basically, both of them were, just conditions that are like, hey, we suffered a failure. Do we take the sign of approach of caution or not? Okay. Somewhere in this vague direction. Okay, but what we need to do is just destroy a depot real fast. Because I remember knowing what the, well, that'll be an interesting thing to deal with. I guess we're digging. Okay. Because I don't remember... There's our destination. I don't remember the missions that are purple and garbled, what they give you. But it just figured, you know. Okay. So we just ransacked that super fast. That should satisfy the mission objectives. Meanwhile, I just have to wait for the mission objectives to even catch up that I've already done it. But, I don't remember what the purple ones give you. Because, like, different mission types will give you different standings. I'm thinking it'll give us a standing with autophage. And what did you learn? Honestly, probably not much. I did immediately murder you upon your attack of me, which means any lesson you learned went down with you. Okay, this one of the plants. This one's probably a pain. Yeah, that'll be a pain to figure out. So let's give me a new location off-world. Oh, you know what I bet had to happen? I bet you had to land and scan to get it to count. So because I just ran up and opened fire on it, I got the goodies, but it didn't count for the mission. That's fine. One of the things that we have is to do extra raids. Okay, so decaying nuclear planet, so we can go ahead and land here real fast and commit some more crime. I actually have no idea how much Quicksilver I have. About 3,000. I've never been good about actually collecting the Quicksilver, so it's not super shocking I don't have a ton. I also don't spend it very often. But Quicksilver is just one of those things that you get by doing missions on the computer and then community quests. Honestly, don't know. That's not the button I wanted. Honestly, don't know how easy, hard, or whatever it is to get Quicksilver. It's just something I don't do much of. Okay, there's the target, so this time I'm going to go right here. And we're going to make sure to scan it. Before we open fire. You know, honestly, destroying those planetary depots seemed like a good way of getting a bunch of those materials I might end up needing a lot of over time. Alright. And then the other thing that helps, and part of the reason I'm kind of on board with that, is we've been working on the outlaw stuff. And one of the outlaw things, or was it the Vakeen? One of them had, like, rating stuff. Yeah, so the only thing I haven't done with the Merchant's Guild is just a couple regular missions and all that. We'll probably want to go and get that done. Also, I'm going to switch our music track here, because this music is, like, non-existent. It is just too mellow. And what was I missing for my fishing pole, by the way? Carbon nanotubes. That should be an easy thing to accommodate. Okay. Would you stop being like, I see that you're doing a thing. At some point soon, I should go back to the anomaly. And just do a quick check for stuff. What I'm trying to do is get some quick carbon. Would you all go away? You didn't have to die this way. Okay, since apparently everything here is hostile. Sorry, adorable Ewok thing. We've established that you are all hostile creatures, and I just need some carbon. Just let me commit a little deforestation in peace. We can all go about our way. Okay. Yeah, and each one of these things we scanned getting us anywhere from like 50,000 to several 100,000. Definitely good, but this will give me a bunch of carbon, a bunch of oxygen. Let's top off while we're here. Okay. The hydrogen, because I've been short on that forever. Like, that's kind of what I want to find for a drill, where you can put the drills on the ground and get materials. I don't know if you can get dehydrogen as a drillable thing, but that would be great. It wouldn't even matter what else is in the area. If I can get a base that I can just plunk down a drill and have it pull up dehydrogen into storage so I can go in there once in a long while and top it off, I would do it. I was gonna say, maybe I should check for that stuff. Wait, what? That's mission target. I'm not gonna scout far. Let's just take a quick peek at what's right next to us. Ow. And just see if it happens to be a material that I would really want. We'll start trying to maybe be good about that. Copper. Not really what I want. Not a bad material. But I think for me, unless it's a planet I want to be based on. Oh, come on, murder crab thing, just go away. Okay. Unless it's a planet that I'm like, ah, it's a good planet, let's just figure out everything we can find on there. I don't think I'd want it. Alright, so complete the mission. So what was the... do we get autophage standing? Vakeen standing. Like twice over. Okay. Gluttonous beasts feed a bunch of creatures. I don't want to do that. So we go to the station. Oh, that reminds me before I forget. Now that I've got the space, let's get that multi-tool figured out. Oh, they're different kinds of, like, meat chunks and all that. I understand. Right, I forgot, like, a while back. Yeah, so we'll leave that on there. I'm not too worried about anything related to that. But it was just to have that installed for in the future when it asks me to do something fishing. Even though I probably won't do a lot of fishing or anything like that, at least I'm queued up where I have the option to deal with it however. We're going to go to the Outlaw Station. The things we're going to be watching out for is if we go to the Outlaws, they want us to plunder ships and claim bounties and smuggle. So basically all their mission types. Alright, so we got trade person. Ship. Doom. The communicator image spiral signaling a weakening rapidly. Corporal ship appears to be in urgent need of repair, and it may not last another warp. Have a metal plating. The life form's eyes widen with gratitude. They give me what they can to spare before departing to repair shop. Alright, so we got more of a keen standing, which is good. I lost a lot of that the other day due to crime. Because my thought is get the outlaw stuff maxed out. That's all done. Fix whatever reputations I hurt in the progress of doing that. You know, go legit. And start working in all those reputations. Just to kind of do all the things. Because some of that stuff will unlock, like, more like skins, banners, loadouts, layouts for your like entire account. So it's kind of like where I much prefer Steam achievements. They're kind of achievements in their own right that they unlock stuff. Going back to the classic days of gaming where instead of, you know, you fork over another $5 for a microtransaction to get, you know, that character's new jersey or whatever. Instead, you would play the game, and if you won 5 games in a row, you would get the fancy jersey or whatever. Whatever the things you're pursuing are. Okay. And I hope people have been enjoying No Man's Sky. It's an excellent game. I know I played a bunch in the past, and it's been a little while. I usually pop in each time they do like a next expedition. We'll probably do like 2-3 streams of it typically. And then, you know, get back onto other things. Alright, so. We got a smuggling one. And then we've got these other ones. So the seized goods from traders is the one I'm not sure, like, how those count in here. We could do the bounties. Let's go for the one that gives the nanites. Because how many bounties do you want me to claim? So we will... rank that up. Because I'm not entirely sure with some of these ones where it's like, okay... No, you claimed the bounty, cool. But, like, how many tiers? Some of them are just one and done, you kind of did the thing and cool. You get a really big boost in the faction standing. I think some of them have, like, an escalation that goes to them. I think they're one and done for the most part, though. So, phase beam. Oh, right. I accidentally switched my mission away from that. Eliminate rivals. Okay. We'll go in here and quickly commit some violence and all that. They kind of shielded themselves. Like, one of them just kind of played interference where when they got the R1 shields down, they got in between. That's probably it. Reached maximum rank for starship bounties. So let's go look at this. So if we look at our outlaws thing now, we're done with that. So if we go and we do the smuggling ships, we'll get that knocked out. And that'll be good. Which is what we're kind of doing here, is we're working on those. One of the interesting things is both the outlaw system and the Gex want us to smuggle goods into systems. I'm not in the market for frigates, thank you. But both of them will give you credit for that. So I can kind of work on both of their reputations at the same time by continuing to just smuggle goods. I overshot. Okay. And the added bonus, I believe when you do those side objectives, they give you a ton of standings with the relevant faction as well. It's also a way to, like, get you as the player to engage in different game mechanics and all that. Try new things, broaden your horizons, whatever you want to say. I believe those milestones also count towards when you go to the anomaly. There's one of the people who will give you nanites based on the milestones you finished. I believe those also count towards that, so I don't know how much they would give you for one like that, whether it be like 250 or 1,000 nanites or what. But it is extra free nanites for stuff you're probably already going to do anyways. Okay. Okay, so we could turn that in. Alright, so we don't have a need to go bounty hunting for now. So I don't know if the seize the goods from traders, how that weighs it. Let's go check to see which one those count. The bounty master is aware of a particularly rich outfit of traders carrying a heavy cargo of omic gel. We want to intercept them as they pass through the system. I'm assuming the destroyer starships will simply be non-pirate spaceships. What we're actually looking for is cargo ships to pop the containers on, and then, you know, destroy as well, because why not? But we'll check this. If this is what I think it is and we're not going to get extra credit for the other stuff, we'll stop taking these missions and we'll take the smuggling missions. Now, what I don't know with the smuggling missions, if only the missions themselves count, or anything I smuggle counts. Because, and there's actually, we can test that. Yeah, it's gonna be regular ships. And one of the ways we can test that is I grow nip-nip at my base. I just bring a bunch of nip-nip, drop into a system that's legal, and sell it. I can also just try selling it directly at my trade port to see if that counts as smuggling, since it's in a system that it is illegal. So with 1 billion ships dropping in... Okay, you are the target, alright. Yep. So Vakeen don't like me doing this. Okay, this should be the last of that group. Okay. So we got that one. We're not going to repeat that quest because it just cost me a bunch of standings. With the Vakeen, and it's not going to count for the other things. But I already accepted it, so if I canceled, I believe he would have taken a small rep hit, so whatever. Alright. Now with that said, if we do get the carrier ones, we definitely want to do those for that, even though we are going to take the rep hit with whoever systems they're in. But that'll get the outlaw stuff knocked out. And once I get that flag where it's like you've done the thing, then we can just turn to smuggling contracts. And that should help us get the ranking we're looking for. Alright. And I didn't check. With all that, we probably got some goodies. They might be on the starship. Illegal shield module. Okay. Another thing to sell. Toss more of that over. Ah. I do have a Corvette part. Alright. I'd also be curious to see what all changes I can make to my Corvette. Because the Corvette has like all those different areas, so it's putting room for like the refinery and all that. I find I don't use them. I probably should. But generally speaking, I kind of use my Corvette mostly as just like a regular old ship. You just have to be able to jump out the back door, you know, in free fall, and not to pay launch costs. Okay. They deliver illegal cargo for some nanites. Alright, we're gonna do some science here. Give me all your illegal goods, please. Is my inventory full? It is. Oh, I needed those for something. I could drop you on the freighter. And break you down. Alright, going back to buying illegal things. Alright. So these didn't actually buy for money. And then with those... Oh, thank you for indium. Okay, so this is a phase beam. Alright, so the phase beam might actually be worth keeping the upgrade once they got more ship spots. Let's toss that in the freighter. Suspicious scanner module. Pretty sure that'll overwhelm, so we don't worry about that one. That's a scatter gun. So you're 369 nanites. But once I've checked them... Yeah, once I check them, they go cheaper. So let's keep them as that version. Alright. So we got our illicit goods to move. But one of those things I am kind of curious about is for the stuff counting as smuggled. We'll go over here, we'll turn in the smuggler quest, go to the station, and then just try dropping the smuggled goods. And we'll check right before I drop the smuggled goods on the trade at the station, to see whether or not it increased the smuggled goods stuff counted. Okay, what else do I have to do for the outlaws? So do one more mission will take us up the next rank there. They have to hit some freighters. It looks like the smuggled missions keep going back to the exact same station again and again, or exact same place again and again. It just must be the only eligible place nearby. I've run into that with some missions in the game before, where it'll be a mission to go to a neighboring system, and because there's kind of only one candidate, you just endlessly get the same location, which can be abusable. So last time we came through, I did get scanned, and even though I used the countermeasure, it did fail. So they did take our contraband, but it was just one piece of contraband that wasn't the mission contraband. So I ended up not really caring. Okay. So one thing else I need to figure out is getting a hold of the Cyclops scope. Because for some reason, I've unlocked everything at like the anomaly and done pretty much all the quests. And I still don't have that. Which is what lets you do the equivalent of this on the on your vehicles. Because then, you know, like, you'd want every vehicle to have the Cyclops scope. Okay, they're doing the pre-scan. Here's your banned weapon, sir. And it's still the same one from yesterday. Exact same place. Three contraband missions back-to-back. Not back-to-back. 3 contraband missions out of 3 contraband missions went to the exact same spot. Alright. So now we go up to the station. And see where we can go from there. It's acting like I'm about to get scanned, but it's not actually happening. Which I have had a bunch of times in the past. I don't know if it's one of those things that you have to be a certain range from a ship, so if you're zipping along real fast, you just end up getting out of range and it gets kind of between that, or how any of that works. Okay. So let's take a look at the smuggling stuff. So, the smuggling information we have right now. We go to our catalog. So we're at, we'll just say 575 as the last 3 digits worth of goods for smuggling. Let's just run up here to the trade beacon thing. Drop off our smuggled goods. Gets us to trade source. That's also just an Arjunk thing. Alright. Why are you telling me inventory full as I'm selling things? Alright, and make sure we don't have anything on our ship. A lot of times when you're fighting pirates, you'll end up picking stuff up and not realizing it. Alright, so we sold was that 575? It did go up. So we did move up to smuggling master. So any smuggled goods will count. So we can just pick stuff up and do that. Alright, I've already bothered you. Okay, so that brings up the next question of if we teleport back to my main base, where we're definitely not growing anything illegal. I'm assuming that would also count just selling right here, because where it's saying like 10 million, I'm like, have I smuggled 10 million bucks worth of stuff? It could be. I haven't exactly paid attention to the value of a lot of the goods we've moved. So it is entirely possible that some of these things I've moved individually have been over $1 million. Because they do get pretty high up there. I know they get in the hundreds of thousands. But considering this run, I haven't really done too much concentrated effort on crime. I wouldn't expect it to be too high. Alright. So let's check with you. Yeah, so you don't even talk to me anymore. Okay. So, we could check this again. If we go to the GEC, so we're at 170 for smuggling. So we can sell here. So we got a whole bunch of that, and then none of the rest should be illegal. I'm assuming that is going to count. Yeah, because it was 170 and now it's 721. Yeah, that's already put almost a full extra million on there. Okay, so smuggling is one I don't have to put a lot of effort into, just by the fact that if I go to my base like once a day, like, you know, whatever, and just grab it, that's like $1 million. So the overall rank with the Outlaws would be probably the higher priority. So the priority as far as those are going to be is the... Hi.
Hello.
We're doing crime.
Oh, that's good. I'm proud of you. Make sure you do the best crime.
Only the best crime.
Yeah.
If you're going to do something illegal, make it worth it.
That's right.
Chuck the rest of those plants in there. I need to process stuff, and I haven't been good about it. Let's grab you, chuck you in here, top you off. Right, and then I was going to go over here to freighter fuel. Want the big batches. Okay, so I still don't have enough for the big batches, but I do have enough for some. So let's see if we can't send out our combat group to do an expedition. So I've got our... Oh wait, we got some of them back. Right, because the one returned because it was damaged. Yep, so S and C are going out. Cool. Oh, right. We're not leaving the system. That's right. I'm teleporting down below. And if we were to hit the point that we max out the Outlaw or the Vakeen, either or, then there's no point in me staying here. Mission radar. Kill sentinels. We can probably do that with other things. That's the thing. My whole hesitation why I don't take those missions very often is just the multiplayer but not really multiplayer thing about it, where it doesn't remember my checkpoints or anything. That's the part that I tend to just not want to do them, because it means it won't save my location as I move around. If I use the teleportation, it fails the mission automatically, all that kind of nonsense. And it's not that it does it for challenge reasons, like, oh, we don't want you to be able to run away or something like that. That would be fair if that was the case. It's just the way Nexus missions work is for multiplayer. And I really wish if I have multiplayer disabled, it just didn't work that way. It just worked like any other mission. Because here's a hint. I'm probably going to play this multiplayer single times in my entire life. Maybe once or twice, like with another creator to show stuff off or whatever, have fun together. Maybe if there's like a particularly interesting event or, you know, thing going on, I could see doing it. But broadly, this isn't a multiplayer game.
Thank you, Gem_Kata, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Gem Kata, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I do appreciate that. I do hope you're enjoying the stream, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. Okay, so we got another smuggling run, this time for fuel. I'll go ahead and take that. Sir, I'm gonna need you to give me all your illegal goods. Also, I'm going to need you to increase the capacity of illegal goods you hold for me in the future. You are slowing down my progress and operations, and I don't appreciate that. Okay. Move that over to the freighter. Move a stack of the nav data to the freighter. Fancy relics. Alright, what else can we move over? We'll move some of the repair stuff over to... probably the frigate, not the freighter. What else do I want to chuck over there? Some silica powder. Silica powder. Silica powder. Silica powder. Okay, so got that for data, that for units. Alright. So, you're worth 339 if I do not reveal you. And you're 672. So 336. I plunk you there. We don't actually want it. So put it away. Now what are you worth? 19. Okay, so the big thing here is to keep them as unrevealed. And just go with that. Understood. And what I'm dealing with now is the big reason why you should actually use the refinery on your ships and all that. And that's that it doesn't have a fuel cost. I've just had so many cases. Oh, good. I got a reputation of buccaneer. Cool. I've just had the situation a number of times where I put stuff into the refinery on the ship. And then it just vanishes. Like, I come back, there's no output, there's no input, it's just gone. I haven't had it in a while, but I've got a very healthy, established level of paranoia because of that. I also kind of wish you could tell this to, like, take priority of certain things you know you can refine. So, like, the goop. Like, if you've refined it in the past and gotten outcome, you can set up to be a priority or something. Alright, it's time for a little bit of smuggly goody. Let me guess. It's back to the save system. I'm almost tempted to put, like, a waypoint on that spot that one smuggler shows up, so I could just fly over and just immediately drop down on them. And hey, DG, how's it going? Because it won't be this one. Yeah, no, I finished the expedition. The expedition this time is very short. It took me about 5 hours to completely do everything in the expedition, and that was with me wasting a full hour trying to make a highway. It's a very, very fast expedition. And then yesterday we spent probably a good half of the stream just hauling garbage, which is fun. We got a whole bunch of stuff unlocked. So right now, because I put a whole bunch of time into hauling garbage yesterday, I'm working on just trying to do some progression, because this is a permadeath run. So we're just doing some crime to get the outlaw maxed out, just to tick that box. I'll probably end up doing more hauling garbage here in not too long as well. But yeah, no, it's a good expedition. It's just a short expedition, which I honestly don't mind. I know some people were disappointed about that. You know, getting through the expedition real fast. But for me personally, like, I don't need an expedition to take me 30, 40 hours to get through for it to be good. I'm also glad it's not an RNG heavy expedition, Like, I liked the fishing expedition, but also there was some of it that was kind of RNG BS. Okay. And there we go. Also, I need more dehydrogen forever. That's probably something I would potentially work on, not probably on stream if I were to ever play this off stream, is just find some planets I like and start just running around looking for places that we can get good mine set up to get easy stacks of materials. Alright, we're going to deliver the blood salt contraband. And then you finished. And we got the crystal to pop wherever it is. There you are. I mean, more frigate fuel. I'm also feeling the itch to get to a new system already and not just continuously work on this. Wait, what? Oh, we already had the Senate one. Alright, a little murder needs to be committed. There's always a bunch of sentinels all over the place. Oh, this will be a convenient source of a whole lot of sentinels. Alright. Trying to get the ones that are pair first. I guess it will repair the shield. Don't you dare start repairing him. Because I want to say we also had an objective for the but keen to kill enough of the walkers. Okay. Please stop lobbing all over the train and destroying it. That's definitely not smooth. Okay, so you have killed enough sentinels to satisfy the objective. Okay, we got the one that does the repairs. Let's back off for a minute. Give our shields a chance to recover. All right. Okay, so this will be the last wave. Oh, that I don't want to run into it. I want to get some distance. Oh, would you go away? You're just dancing around here, repairing and respawning stuff. You did a terrible job avoiding that. Yes, I think the Vakeen wants me to kill 5 of those. Which is, I probably should get a much better weapon for. Like, this is working, certainly. There we go. And we got our walker brain. Alright, I forgot what we're even doing here. Right, we did this just because it was convenient. We had just finished smuggling. I still have illegal goods on me to get rid of. Alright. No, inventory's full. Don't love that. Okay, so let's go and check on our inventory here real fast. Which is just full to the brim with junk. Could turn you in. So we're no longer considered a multiplayer for the purposes of that mission. Excavate buried artifacts. Yeah, so like a lot of these are things I need to be doing for other things anyways. But I'm carrying smuggled goods, so I gotta unfortunately dump that first. I'm definitely gonna want better weapons for doing like the Valkyne kill the walkers, just because how long it takes to peel through them. I think that's supposed to be getting a an inventory scan at me for my smuggled goods, but it just keeps not happening. We get the alarm but not the actual outcome. Okay. And I think at this point we're gonna just jump the freighter someplace else, and whatever's available locally that makes sense that we can pursue or might do for a minute. Just because I'm getting kind of the cycle of the same mission, the same mission, the same mission, and that's not super exciting. That's one of the things in a lot of these kind of games where it's this or Warframe. That's usually where I can find you can get burned out, fatigued, whatever you want to go with, way faster. is when you're like, oh, I'm working on this, and just keep repeating that one mission again and again. It's real easy to get yourself burned out on that. Alright. So I know I need to do some more of those missions for other objectives as well, and I've not been good about that. We can sell you. There's the illegal goods there. That's an illegal good, or not illegal good, that's a relic. There's more smuggled goods there. Alright. So we've already gone through this place a bunch. So we're gonna jump back to our freighter. But instead of, you know, undocking, going to the station, grabbing a mission, going back out, you know, doing the one thing and repeating the whole process, we're just gonna jump in our system. It might end up being in our outlaw system, but at least jumping to our system, we'll get like a little bit of fresh scenery, whatnot. We should also... Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to go to that station. And I need to sell all these extra blueprints we got. That's kind of part of the idea. And also, why is it not showing me the other inventory? It's okay. Just weird that's not. We can get rid of that plan. Okay. Let's just go someplace else. Doesn't matter where. Someplace that is not here. Okay, we got a dissonant world with Gek. Because the autophage are another one that getting the autophage reputation, a lot of that is honestly just go over, drop some of the purple stuff on, you know, one of the people, repeat, that kind of thing. So I think there's going to be one that has a dead station. Okay, Frost Crystal. The Salvage Vile Brood Activated Quartz, that sounds like an awful planet. Okay. We're gonna mark that planet. That might be a good trash planet. Yep. Yeah, so station's gonna be a dead station. I bring news, Commander. Our fleet has been involved in a serious incident sustaining heavy damage. Please inspect the damage report and require your advice. Ship has sustained critical damage, and the crew are capable of performing maintenance, so we'll recall the frigate. Yep. Yeah, so we go and we point at this one. It's static. If we go there, it'll be just empty. There's no point. But where is... Yeah, so we have a planet I've marked. There you are. Because this might be a good planet for us to check out. Oh, now I think about it, didn't I left the base computer at a planet that was very easy to traverse for the salvage stuff. How am I doing in my nanites, by the way? 42,000. Because if we hit 65,000, I can boost the quality of my multi-tool up a rank, which will open up more slots and give it better stats and yada yada. It is a wine dark moon. This does not seem like it's going to be a very big moon. So not a terrible looking planet so far as the surface. A little craggy. It's got the noir effect, which I'm not a huge fan of. It's like a cool effect, but you very quickly get tired of the lack of color. Alright. Let's pop in here for the next thing to process. Got a bunch of slime and all that. Okay. Nice and easy stuff. Alright, so there is one more creature, and it is an uncommon flying creature. Okay, 13 minutes is a pretty big hike. So I think we're gonna fly over there. And just pop on over here, drop back down, do a little garbage collection for a minute. Kind of mix up what we're doing a little bit here and there. See if we can't get lucky and unlock anything else at the Colossus. The thing I need to figure out is what's the best way, other than just straight up buying them, to get the mods for. So you'll give me that, and you'll give me that, which will clear up inventory space. There we go. Like, what would be the best way to like pursue getting the exocraft mods? Alright, so with this, we can now spawn you in. Okay. How do you get the bed? So you've got to locate one of these things I'm at right now. And then once you locate one of these, you go interact with that terminal right there and follow its quests. Because I ran into the same thing where I'm like, how do I get this bed? No problem. So a heap is detected. How far? Alright, not a close one. Okay, so we're just gonna cruise on over here. Yeah, because, like, I don't have the Cyclops scope, but I've fully exhausted all the missions from your, person on the ship. Just taking a little peek to see if we had, the missing flying life form. Like, you fully exhausted all the missions you get from your exocraft specialist at your base. I've already gone to the anomaly and bought all the stuff. I've gone down to where you land on planets and you buy all that. I've checked a number of times and I bought all those. So I'm clearly missing things. And I don't remember where. Which is one reason I'm kind of running down random missions and being like, okay, which missions gave me what again? Pretty sure I see a sentinel thing over there too. All right. Yep, so go over here, grab a bunch of this junk, do a drop-off. On the return trip, we're going to grab other stuff on the way back. I just figured going out, there's no reason, because we're going to get there, find better stuff, and then be like, alright, well, let's turn back. I also noticed yesterday, and I kind of wish it didn't work this way just because of how far you drive things. I noticed when we look at our log here, for the industrial cleanup, hide guidance from the log. That's fine. For the industrial cleanup, these ones down here, the toxic and all that, only count if you bring it back to that front building thing, or that whole outpost, which kind of really undermines half the value of having the incinerator on the back of your truck, where you can just run around and toss it in there. You'll still get tiny bits of nanites, but without noticing, like, without knowing what gives me credits for stuff. You know, I want to make number go bigger. And number doesn't go bigger unless I do that. But the other reason I want to go after the exocraft modules is like this thing, we look at it. I've got no real meaningful upgrades on it. I'll go and queue that up just in case. When we buy our ship, I might be able to get that. I don't really care about the flamethrower because I'm not going to combat. Oh, unpin that formula. Wait a second. Oh, okay. It's telling me that there's an expedition. I was like, why do I have a third one there? It's just the same like the base computer repeatable. I wasn't getting... I think it's getting the occasional bit of nanites, but I wasn't getting new base blueprints. I probably should go back to that and see if we get more out of it. Because usually when I do a couple of them and it doesn't seem to indicate I'm getting more, I'll just move on to something else. If it's a repeatable quest. If it's a quest that I feel like I'm going, okay, well, we're seeing progression that this is eventually I'm going to run out of these, I'll stick to it. But, like, you've got the one that's your multi-tool person at your base that once you get far enough, literally all they do is he goes, okay, well, go over there and get some money. Cool, you got the money. Ha, one last heist. And you can repeat that forever. And it's like, I want to unpin this forever and never look at it again because I don't want to do this. It's neat the first time or two where you take your exocraft and you race across to do that. Actually, I think that was the exocraft specialist who did that, not the multi-tool person. I can't remember who does it. Alright, we're almost here. I will say this definitely seems like a planet that's very easy to traverse without knocking the bed too badly. Considering I'm just pointing and sending, I've only seen about 2 times on that route that we hit a spot hard enough that I expect cargo to go flying. Alright. One thing I am noticing with, like, the noir filter, it's making it a lot harder to pick out the good salvage from the other, since it's primarily color. That's one of the big distinguishing. If it's green, red, or if it's green, red, yellow, or white, it's the good stuff. Okay. Okay, for right now, I'm going to leave that there. And then our ship is at where we're going. Because this trip we're going to grab all the special cargo we can. Hello, trade port. It's supposed to be an uninhabited system. Immediately makes me curious. If it's an uninhabited system, I assume we won't find anything at the trade port other than, like, the trade hub itself. Because normally I have a whole group of people up here. Yeah, no, it's, there's gonna be no ships docking or anything like that. But we would get the stuff here, and they'll have, like, error symbols and all that over everything. Yep, that's fine. I was just curious. So I hadn't seen that off the top of my head. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's go get this rubbish. Okay, there's the next in the vague direction home. Go back to our ship. Because my plan is to basically take, like, a rough zigzagging route back towards the, back towards where we drop this all off. Grab any of the good goodies we see along the way. And then we'll reconfigure the Colossus over to the garbage truck style. And just throw everything in we see on the way back out to it, and then we leave. We're just going to be zigzagging around the train for anything that I feel is worth stopping for 2 seconds to grab. Okay, they all stayed on. I didn't see the second one. Okay, newer garbage. Is there anything good in there? This is one of those cabinets that we suspect is what gives us the chance of getting goodies. I don't know if it is or not, but that's the theory I've got. Is that some of them look like containers. The ones that look like containers can have stuff in them. It's not a train I can cross reasonably on this. We'll just go this way. Okay. We learned the word pirate and planet. Because those are other things that also work towards your faction standings. You hit certain milestones where you look like 100 words or whatever, and that will boost your standings with whatever the relevant faction is. Okay. Learn the word product. That's all junk. It's kind of one of the things that's also been a thing, that as they've added more and more to the game, the planet surface are definitely getting more and more crowded with just random points of interest, junk kind of things. Like, not the actual points of interest that are like, you know, your bases, settlements, that kind of thing. But like, cargo containers like that, the knowledge stones, the garbage, the ore, you know, graviton balls and all that. There's always been a decent number of them. But we're definitely, like, as they're adding more, and they want to have at least high enough concentration to be, you know, to have them be relevant. I checked for the animals recently. Alright, that's all the animals on the planet while we're here. But, you kind of get in this thing where it's like, well, I can't stop for everything. I won't get anywhere. Like, literally will go nowhere. But even just stopping for the trash, like, you know, I go maybe 50 U and then I stop, pick up some trash. Alright, got some goodies in this batch. A little bit of toxic. A little bit of unstable. I will say this planet's been really good about having just a steady, almost, it's not been everyone, but it's been like 2 out of 3 of these has had at least one not just metal garbage on, which is way better than I've seen on the other planets we've done. Most of the others I get like 5, 6 groups and I get one thing that's interesting. Okay. Alright, nothing good in that one. Got the word for time. It's a little concerning that I'm seeing an underwater shell over there on a planet that's looked otherwise barren. But there's no water animals on it, so I'm not going to worry about one way or the other. Okay, so there's a ridge there we're not going to be able to do. Yes, let's go around the ridge. So there's a ridge over here, too. Okay, I didn't lose anything off the back.
Thank you Pretty Pictures for subscribing for 38 months. Take NRG.
Hey, how's it going, Pretty Pictures? Thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope you're enjoying your advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. Yep, and all that good stuff. Is this the best cargo you can get to trash car? Let's see. Is this the best cargo you can get to carry trash with the car, or is there more you haven't unlocked? This is the best you can get for carrying. There is another back that instead of carrying it, it just has a furnace for you to chuck the stuff into directly. But it doesn't work. If we look at the stats you get down here where it says like, hey, you've gone 29 toxic, 32 radioactive, 21 explosive. When you use it, it doesn't count towards those progresses. And my theory is that some of the stuff you unlock, like different wheels and aesthetics for the Colossus that you get through doing the trash, might be based on those numbers, which then, you know, massively undermines the value of it. I have no way of knowing whether or not that is actually true or not. You know, this just came out recently, we're still figuring things out. But, that's the reason I'm approaching it this way, where I'm grabbing all the specialty stuff with this, and then I'm going to reconfigure over to the other back and go back out to the dump and just scrap literally everything I pass on that trip as we go. Whereas this, we're only grabbing the goodies, which we're getting pretty close to kind of the limit of what I'm going to be able to put on here before stuff's going to knock each other out. The good news, though, is that is the scrapyard right down the hill from me. And this is one of the things I theorize, that these boxes might be the ones that contain stuff that we get. You know, like where you get like the uranium and all that garbage. Alright. Now let's see if we could do this without color, because the noir filter on this map. Okay. That's bad. You don't have the temper to get used to wonky transportation stuff? Hope you'd tell me there's one with higher walls. Yeah, no, unfortunately I'm fairly positive that that's not a thing. But it could just be one of those things that, like I said, you can unlock the one that's just, you know, it's just that furnace. So there's no, like, loading, unloading thing. You just feed into the furnace. Okay. Not having color really makes this harder. There are a decent number of aesthetics to distinguish between the different types. Yeah, so the furnace doesn't count, and maybe they'll change that. I haven't checked the last day. The furnace doesn't seem to count the special stuff under the special categories. But I don't know if that's important or not. Like, the furnace, you don't get nearly as much of, you get like half of the value as going here and sorting it. But considering you only have to go out and never return, it does definitely shorten the effort. Oh, I need ion batteries. You need to remember to pick these out. Some modifications. We can go to the chassis, furnace. Alright. We can verify again here. The moment I find any special materials. Oh, wrong button. Yeah, but I see this kind of as the same vein as fishing. That some people are going to be... Ow! Some people are going to be super into fishing, and some people are going to be very not. Like, some people will tolerate fishing only as much as they absolutely have to, kind of thing. For other people, it's very much something they go out of their way for. Is this waste management? Basically. Okay, so we do actually have a radioactive. So let's check. Our radioactive is at 37. Oh. One second, so it's at 37. Yeah, so it doesn't count for that side of it. Do you get a union home that waste management get at least they get that around here? Nope. This is the universe that has the Gek and all that. It's a very dystopian take on existence. That's interesting. We got multiple waste heaps showing up. One thing they need is in multiplayer that on the back there. One second. Yeah, we're not going to that one. That one is 15 minutes away. Where's the one we were going to before? There you are. You're nearish. But make it so like the people who are like in your group can, you know, get in the vehicle with you, but instead of just like, you know, they go on the driver's seat or whatever, just have them grab on the rails in the back of the, you know, the truck. Okay. But doing a little zipping around. Grabbing knowledge stones, grabbing garbage. I mentioned this the last time. After doing some testing, this is certainly not a meta strategy for nanites. Like, not close at all. But it's definitely not a terrible one. Because each one of those is like 15, 20, 30 nanites, whatever. And so we're like, you have RNG ways of getting way more nanites. Like, I would say, you know, going and taking the time to land on a planet and scanning all the life forms and getting, you know, 1,000-something nanites is certainly going to be, on the average, more efficient. Like, you'll have the one where you can't find that last animal, it takes you forever. but on the average, you'll come out ahead. All the cheese strats where you can, like, do the mold balls and all that, where you just, like, spawn in and just get a bunch of, you know, real fast nanites and all that. Certainly be better. The stuff where you get, like, the pirate faction, like, mods and then sell them for nanites would also probably be far more lucrative. But this is probably the one that you can just kind of cruise along, chuck stuff in the back. You can also be working on getting your words, collecting materials that you see that are good. I'm honestly curious with multiplayer, because I don't do the multiplayer almost ever, if it's something where you could have someone, like, with their Corvette or whatever, start a mission, and you could just be down here doing this and knocking out mission stuff like getting rid of the hazardous plants. There you are. Yeah, stone probably the next thing of value. There's a sector nav beacon over there. We should probably grab that. Okay. I didn't check. Okay, it's just checking along the back in case there was like a toggle or something to change modes. I didn't think there would be because that's not the kind of thing that usually they do in No Man's Sky. But I was curious. It's a new thing. You never know when they're going to try new stuff. I mean, if anything, they gave us a grav gun and made physics far more a consideration in this this update. Okay, we can pop you. Next system we're going to is going to be one that's populated and not pirate, just so I can get rid of all those pirate modules. That's a couple thousand nanites just sitting in my inventory, just not doing anything. Okay. Another bummer I've seen is I was really kind of hoping we would see missions around the garbage collection as well. And thus far I haven't seen any. So like when you go to the station or whatever, they'd be like, some people have been doing a bunch of illegal dumping here, it's real bad. If you just go down to the planet there and just tidy that up, you know, remove 50 pieces of garbage or whatever they feel is a fair amount. And then maybe put the exocraft upgrades not locked behind it, but have that be a route for getting it. So that way people just want to drive around their Tonka truck and collect garbage. They have a path to upgrade the truck just doing truck things. Alright. Okay, and this will be the depot. And like I said, we're going to get over here. We're going to take the rest of that junk we left behind, because it was a very large amount. And then we'll probably book it out of here. And it does appear that it's fully respawned, or I have just a completely different depot. You know what? Let's get all the metal bits out of here. And see how much good stuff is here. There's a good amount of good stuff here, like a good 10 or so specialty things. I reconfigure it back, we drive it back. If it's just like 5 or 6, we'll just chuck it, move on, not care. Okay. So we've got 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We got a decent amount. Do I still have the stuff? Because I believe I left this behind. I do not have any of the materials to configure it, nor can I get those here. So it's all just going in the back. Well, that's seemingly dangerous to have a volatile container stuck, glitched under my driver's seat. That's 2 of them. Alright, and with that we've done our cleanup. That's in our sector navigation beacon. We can go here to our discoveries. We did get everything, so give me my extra 1,000 nanites. Cool. So let's get back to our freighter and find a... Oh, right. And find an actually populated system. So there's probably an extra 1,000 nanites or so from the salvage. And then probably another 1,000 or so from the animal scanning. So not amazing nanites, but like 2,000-ish nanites. Okay. Yeah. Because during the stream so far, we've made about 4,000 nanites. If my math is correct. And that's not counting the stuff in my inventory that I just need to go to a station and sell. Okay. So, let's find a different system that is probably not purple star. Yeah, just go to a Gek normal system. Hop in here, do our station stuff, then go seek out either our pirate system or whatever. It's not the door I'm looking for. Can do our full system scan. Yeah, so maybe while we're in this system, what we can go ahead and do. Yeah, while we're in the system, we can go ahead and pull up the anomaly and turn in like the large volumes of discoveries we've all had, they've had this time, and just see if we can't happen to cash in a bunch of nanites to see if I can't upgrade either my ship or my multi-tool. Probably the multi-tool. Probably should do that one. But first, I'd like to grab the station's missions. Okay. All right. So a big thing to remember is I need to get rid of these pirate modules I'm not going to use to cash them in for the nanites. Because I keep forgetting every single time. Because I don't, it's like not part of my normal pattern going to a system and, checking all things I need to do while I'm there. I know I need to accept these faction missions at some point. I don't really want to. Oh, we'll check see if you have dehydrogen. Okay, go up here. Do the whole exchange up there. Okay. There's a multi-tool slot for free. That costs nanites, so we're gonna pass on that. I'll take your free ammo. And I'll get our inventory slot. Well, not free, I have to pay for it, but get our inventory slot. Okay. Hello, friend. Do you have units or two? Please enjoy this pleasurable scent. Purchase upgrade modules. So, give me the nanites. Okay, so didn't grab anything off there. So I got through that whole part of the process. Gotcha. I don't even remember what that one is. Oh, settler request pending. Alright. We can go and jump by the settlement so they got stuff pending and deal with that real quick. Man, I hope everyone's been having a good time with the update. Like, it's not an update that's going to radically change the universe or anything. Like, we got a dump truck. That's kind of the big part of it. There's a bunch of other things, but that's like the big changes. The Colossus went from being a vehicle almost nobody used to actually having something it can do. Alright, so the expedition's coming back. So we could fund the settlement reserves or get nanites. In this particular case, the settlement reserves I don't care about. They don't do anything as far as I can tell. I mean, either that 179, it's just take the money. So the expedition finished successfully. We check in our log. New citizen request is available on the other one, and the other one has construction underway. So I can pop over here to the other settlement. Okay. The small groups of citizens, represented by colonist Etib, seek permission to begin an expedition. They have heard whisperings of a great treasure out in the wilderness beyond the settlement walls. They wish to put the rumors to the test. They'll begin an expedition and we take on debt. That's fine. We have like 7 million in debt, so an extra, 50,000 is pretty much a rounding error. Now we can go back to our ship. And then we'll see if we still have that hazardous flora 1 for the Quicksilver or not. Because that still gives me local standings. Okay. That's a purple system that shows us having a valid station. Let's check that out. So I think I might do about halfway through stream. Instead of putting like another 9-hour stream of No Man's Sky, I think we might go about halfway through stream. Then I'll put it up to a poll and see if we do No Man's Sky for the whole stream or check out the update to Big Ambitions. For those unfamiliar with Big Ambitions, it's kind of like serial entrepreneur simulator. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That basically you get dumped in Manhattan. You're definitely gonna be a self-made man where your wealthy uncle goes and chucks a bunch of money at you and goes start a business, and you start like a little gift shop in the middle of Manhattan or whatever. And then you just kind of keep escalating more and more. There's rivals who will try and fight your business as being out of, fight you from staying in business and all that. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about the salvageable scrap and all that. There's some decent planets. A lot of these planets wouldn't be that bad to deal with. Like, a lot of these planets, it's just, barren, cold, fire, water world. But, like, getting stuff like the lithium and all that wouldn't be an awful one. Also a planet where we could find the ancient bones. I have not been good about doing any of that this run. I always end up putting the skeleton stuff off because it's so much of your inventory gets gobbled up by it. Gather milk, no. The answer's no. Oh, right, it's going to check the anomaly. Okay. This time, instead of teleporting around, we undock. We check the anomaly to see just how much nanites I got floating from completing milestones, scanning life forms, and yada yada. I don't think it'll be a tremendous amount, but I don't think it's going to be an insignificant amount either. But I've done Big Ambitions on the channel a number of times, and they had a pretty significant update a couple of days ago, like 2 days ago, that added theaters and cinema to the game as businesses you could run. Alright. Yeah, I know I should probably, like, I know a bunch of these I need to accept. Or not need to, like, I'm going to want to accept to progress their respective things. I've just been putting it off. Okay, multi-tool expansion slot for free. I will take it. Give me the cash. Well, give me the bullets, I guess. That's not cash at all. Give me my inventory space. That's fine. Okay, let's go. And before I forget to do the anomaly, let's go and go to the anomaly real fast, check what nanites we can cash in. Oh, I think I also have a spare multi-tool or two that we got from, like, different missions that were pretty garbage tier. I don't expect to get much from them, but I might as well get rid of them so I don't actually have them in my in my list of multi-tools. Okay. All the random things that just, like, spin and twist around as you go. It's like, okay, we assume these are all important. Also, no idea what any of this does. Like, am I in wild danger every single time I go in here of just something not working and I just get lost in between dimensions or something like that? Never to be heard from ever again. Okay, we could also probably check in some of the cosmetic junk we have over here. Let's see. Collect expedition awards. Yeah, so we got like a bunch of our Revenant stuff and our different star trails and posters. The Corvette weapons. I usually don't grab a lot of these on my, Oh, yeah. I forgot we have the Normandy. I mentioned I should get a ship, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Because a lot of times you get some of those and they feel a little strong that you just kinda get to skip. Like, obviously when you start getting everything S rank, it's pretty trivial. Ah, young one. Who still roams the boundaries of this universe? How I envy you. My time in reality is long past, but I do so miss it. Perhaps you might help an old soul. Share the things you've seen. If only I could once again sense creatures we share our lives with. Here's data about creatures. Thank you, little one. You have no idea what this means to me. Please, take these nanites. They are nothing, but they are all I have now. A solid 3,000 nanites, roughly. Traveler hopes to make progress. Traveler tests themselves. I will help in exchange. Progress for progress. Or wealth, perhaps. Experience or materials. Both valid. Today, living pearls. Transmit milestone data. You have seen much, but do you understand? Not for me to know. Please, take this. Oh, the milestones didn't give me crap. Alright. I was hoping for a little bit more than that. Like, the creatures one, 3,000, like, that seems reasonable. That seems about what I expected. But the milestones one is expected a little bit more than that. So this is the Exocraft research. Aha, okay. So there is new stuff here. I checked here I thought I checked here last stream. So there's the Cyclops scope. Give me that. Give me the excavation scoop. So I get free resources from driving around. Yeah, no, I've done the list. Either I overlooked it or something. Making sure we're not missing anything else. Just because it's really easy to have something get added in an update and just miss it because you just assume you've got everything, so it doesn't matter. And in every system you can also get a inventory upgrade in here. So if you're trying to just max out your inventory, you can just go jump, station, atlas, jump, station, atlas. You'll hit your money real hard. I heard whisper of your arrival, new traveler. I heard the singing of the drones, their clipped voices speaking in unison of a fresh anomaly. I will aid you. And we got it all? The construction thing, I'm pretty sure we don't have everything. Wings of golden glory, friend. There's no end to the stars. Yep, and we got all that as well. Okay. So we do have 29 salvage data, which lets you unlock a bunch of this stuff here. We still don't have the Pilgrim Geoport or the Nautilon Prop. Race Initiator. Got all our decorative stuff that one day I'll catch up on. Right, fossil displays. Since I did mention, I should actually put the time in. That'll be something to work on in the future. Get the fossil displays all put up in place. Meanwhile, we do have the stuff we can add to pretty much all of our Exocraft. To give them the scope so they have this style of scope on them. I think the Exocraft scope is far more limited than your one on your ship. Like, I don't think you can't, like, scan the animals or anything, I don't believe. I'm hoping you can. Because it is kind of one mild annoyance. Is, you know, you'll be just traversing the planet. And it would be really nice to be able to, like, go and just, like, scan the animals as you're going along. Even if you're not getting a bunch of, like, you know, credit bonuses or whatever. Or if you had to unlock a whole different set of modules, that's even fine, too. You can. It was one of the objectives for the expedition. Oh, to scan the animals with it? That's the thing, I remember. That always throws me off when you leave the anomaly, and sometimes it triggers this. Like, I remember it was where you had, like, the scope where you could move around. I don't remember, like, can I scan for... Like, what can I scan for? Right, Sub-Zero planet. Alright, so... Once I figure out where my... Did I leave my fleet carrier behind? I didn't, right? Oh, you know what I bet happened? I bet you it did the thing where actually, when I left, it didn't put me back in the system I went into the anomaly from. Yeah, it didn't, because I wasn't in an outlaw system when I went into the anomaly. That happens once in a while. It's so weird that you'll go to the anomaly, and when you leave the anomaly, you're now just in a different system. That's okay. What we can do is check for objectives that accomplish any of our goals. Grab our extra inventory slot. And if we get a mission that does accomplish one of our goals, we can do that. And then when I land, it is the thing that I'm going to want to go through each and every one of my exocraft and give them all the Cyclops scope thing, because I believe they all can use it. So that way I can use the Nautilus, scan for fish, that kind of deal. Alright. None of these really accomplish the goals of what I want, unfortunately. Oh, this one's saying visited. Okay, so it kicked us back to the last pirate station we went to, it seems. I missed what the second thing it gave me was. Okay. So... Oh, we can just use this and go to our carrier directly, probably. Or not. It's probably not gonna let me. Okay, that's fine. We could just relay through Bluegrass to get to our fleet carrier. And we'll just jump to another system, hop in there, go to the station, clear out all the modded stuff we got. And then, like I said, we'll probably land and work on trying to get, like, the various well, actually, I think I have everything but the Nautilus thing right here. We'll check to see what I need for the stuff here, because you're not going to be grown yet, so you don't need to worry about this. Okay. So let's get to work. So, exocraft. Alright. So we have you. And you need a carbon nanotube. Was it 1 or how many was it? 3. That means now as we just drive around, we'll slowly acquire stuff. And then we need you, which requires magnetized ferrite. Which shouldn't be too hard to make happen. Just chuck some pure ferrite in here. Assuming I can find any. Ferrite dust will technically get us there. Okay. So I'll take a minute, and then that'll get the first of the exocrafts there. I don't want this one. There's two of the wheels that stack. If we look at our wheels here, this one, it boosts forwards grip a ton at a cost of some angular grip. And then I could also do a little bit of penalty to forwards grip for a huge amount of angular grip. So you put those together, and it means you just have more grip. But then there's a third one that it gives you the ability to, like, make you slide, which just kind of reduces your grip. Yeah, we're gonna need all that. All right. Okay, so we can take all this out. Oh, hey. I was doing all that fighting, one of my shields got damaged. It's always one of those things I wasn't really a fan of. Like, it's one thing when your shields go completely down, you're like, oh yeah, punish me, like, I got myself properly roughed up. But just when, you know, data connection closed, return to technician. Okay. Well, not done yet. Alright, so let's grab you. So you got your scanner. Grab you. You get the thing that slowly recharges your stuff. That's fine. Right, and we have the better grip on these wheels. Need more magnetized ferrite. The shield against radiation, so we're basically safe against any environment. Oh, you have the thing there. Which one do I put on that? Supercharge you again. Sure, why not? Alright. And we have thing there. And see if we can't snag ourselves some more pure ferrite. Or you get what I'm going with that. Right, dust. So you work on that for a minute. Meanwhile, it wants me to go talk to the technician again. Traveler, I have detected another location of interest. Go there, and you may hone your control of the exocraft. Track it down before it disappears. Yeah, and this is where we get the exocraft stuff. It just kind of sucks that all of these I have to, like, trade for. So that's a Minotaur engine. Yeah, so I would be wanting to wait for, like, specific ones. Okay, so let's grab you. And check to see. That's not the right one. Oh, actually, I create a log for it. Let's go ahead and remove the log for it. Okay, so what I can do here is I can go to Exocraft or Exosuit again. I don't have any more pure ferrite, but I do have a lot of the not as good ferrite to then process into the better ferrite to then process into the thing. So just go here, so ferrite dust becomes pure ferrite. Let's let it cook. And it's interesting because I'm pretty sure this is not... My home planet here is not a planet we can scavenge on. It is. Are you anywhere near my base? Not especially far. Oh yeah, I forgot there's a wrecked spaceship like right here. So yeah, it looks like honestly for when I want to do trash stuff, I could literally just use my home system kind of deal. My bluegrass base, which is like my first location. Okay, let's quickly go here and flip this and work with that magnetized ferrite. I don't think I'm going to worry too much about you right now. I am noticing no difference. This looks honestly like it's probably the decals it's replacing. Yeah. So unfortunately, just not much customization opportunities there. I almost never use the hover bike. It's actually kind of useful on water planets because they'll float over the water. But I still just don't end up using it much. Okay, and that's about all done. I can go to our Exocraft here. Okay. So I've got you two. Now the next one we'd want to do is I still don't have that fully upgraded. The sulfide crystals. Can't remember those I put on the freighter or in the storage. There you are. This could just basically be our craft garage. Oh, must be constructed under... It's fine. Okay, well we got what we need for that. So let's get the heck out of here. So we can go to our bottom of everything to put down the Nautilus thing. And see if we can't get it all hooked up with its stuff. Okay. So, with that, we have everything else. With the Cyclops scope on there. Oh, and you aren't finished. Okay. So let's see now if I jump in this. Okay. Because I could potentially see getting some really good stuff this way. That's oxygen. Unfortunately, not super useful. So apparently we can just pull up the magnetized ferrite here. So let's go do that real fast. Because then we can go and grab ourselves a bunch of magnetized ferrite fairly easily. Okay. Yeah, the one downside here is it's really hard to see much. Because for some reason, games don't believe in giving you basic light. And I understand we're at the bottom of the ocean, it's like, oh yeah, no, your light wouldn't carry very far, and sure, realism, you're not wrong. But also, counter-argument, I can't see what the F I'm doing. And doing this for, like, the time will end up getting very frustrating and tiring after a while. Okay, so just grabbing a bunch of magnetized ferrite, because I haven't actually gone and hit one of these. But I mentioned that's an ultra-dense node or whatever. I have no idea how much that actually will equate to. Interestingly enough, where we have the scanner showing, Okay, so how much did we get of that? 1,200. Feeling pretty good about that. And that's activate quartzite and all that. Yeah, no, because part of it was like, you know, I want to expand this base at some point. One of the dangers here, use one of those, is it's just not super safe to do literally anything down here. Did I think I started putting a farm in here, didn't I? No, that was my other save. Because yeah, if I want to do more down here, like for this one, you have to kind of do that. I was hoping there was like, they mentioned like the custom room or whatever. Yeah, deep water chamber requires pure ferrite. Yeah, so what you'd have to do is go, okay, well I want to make another tunnel here connected to the next place. So it's a little limiting with the designs underwater, but that's okay. The point though is we did upgrade our Nautilus, we grabbed a bunch of magnetized ferrite, so now I don't have to go juggle the magnetized ferrite anymore. Alright. Okay. So, looking back at our objective list, I did grab the thing about collecting fossils, which could be a thing to work on. Yeah, so it's collecting garbage, collecting fossils. Otherwise, it's going to our various systems of doing all that. Yeah, so a Korvax system wouldn't be a bad choice to go into, because we're not super high rank in the Korvax. Yeah, it's weird that you say only 31 systems have been visited. I've definitely done more than that. And learned languages. The autophage, we've done a decent amount. We've got a lot of pirate stuff done. The explorers were pretty close to finished. I need to find more flora and finish more missions. The Mercenaries Guild wants us to extinguish aberrations. So to go to airless planets and find their buildings, and then just murder bugs. I didn't realize that was a Mercenaries Guild thing, but okay, I guess. From our milestones, we have nothing left for exploration. Surviving on an extreme planet for a long enough time is the only one we're missing for survival. And then there's just previous expeditions, which, whatever. Those bugs had it coming? Yeah, so what I think we'll do is let's go see what systems do what do I have in system? There's a blood planet and a low atmosphere planet. Sure. Let's go see about doing a fossil thing. We could start this party by jumping on our ship real quick. Because then I can also murder the monstrous horrors or whatever while we're down there. Anything here we care about? Eliminate hazardous flora? Sure. Captain, the expedition goes well, but we require your assistance. Our geologists require your assistance. The mining team have collected several rare ores, but we are struggling to analyze them. Perhaps if you're able to find some comparative data, tell them to buy the data. I instruct the fleet to purchase the data locally. The local Explorers Guild will be able to help. Alright, well, before we go down there, I don't even remember if we went to the station. We probably did. Yeah, we probably did. But, we can go in here, sell real quick all those pirate modules to get the nanites, because otherwise they're just going to take up inventory space. Check if we can stack missions in some way, like, you know, we've got the one... Where's my door? They can't interact with the beam up, beam down control. Well, we're just going to quickly do a reload there. That is going to mean we're going to lose our Nexus mission. I'm pretty sure we'll lose our Nexus mission. I'm not too worried about that. The door on my ship vanished, and you can't configure it unless you're outside the ship. So, that's interesting. Right, because we were doing the because we accepted a Nexus mission and it's multiplayer, even though you're solo, it doesn't save your position. And I'll be honest, literally what happens to me when I play this a lot is I'll accept one of those and have just what happened come up, and then I'll log off the game and stop playing it for a while. Because I find it utterly infuriating that I'm locked into being instance and multiplayer in a single-player game. And again, I get why they do it. You're online, so, you know, you can do the multiplayer thing. That they see that as, like, the Quicksilver as, like... It's not a premium currency in the sense you don't, like, microtransact. You can't just buy it or whatever. But, like, they see it as a special thing so you can show off your gear to other players and all that. And, you know, it's supposed to be meaningful and blah, blah, blah. But for me, I was never really interested in No Man's Sky for the multiplayer side of things. Which is part of the reason I didn't really care when the game first released and everyone was upset about the lack of multiplayer. Like, I didn't even realize that was a promise that they had made till after that. So it's just kind of one of those things that... There isn't anything I need to do with you, right? Are you a researcher of unknown entity? Browse your files archive. Right, so this is one of those things that I can... If I have certain fossils and I'm looking for other ones, I can trade. So if I keep getting the same fossil again and again, I can just go and get the fossils and trade for the ones I want, yada yada. So you, I should have already have visited. That's fine. Okay. Purchase upgrades. Oh hey, at some point we were dropping a lot of frames. I don't love that. Here, at 52,000, 65,000 is when we get to upgrade the multi-tool. Alright, let's go land on this planet. And see if we can't get some bones. But before we land, give me 2 seconds. I'm going to quickly use the restroom and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. And I'll be right back. Okay. And we were going to go ahead and grab some fossils because I have done none of that. So we have a low atmosphere planet. Let's see, we can't find anything of interest. Alright, well, we got a building of some kind right over here. Well, they wanted me to murder monstrosities. I guess it's time to get to work. Could you not? Okay, so going in here, the Sentinels should lose track of us. At least historically, they wouldn't go inside the building. Okay, returning user identified. Terminal is now active. Unlocking data log. Continuation for analysis. It is here, and not here. We reach for the master of the galaxy, but we do not understand the truth. What if I told you that the time is the drug that keeps us docile and unquestioning? There is no now and then. There is no today and yesterday. This is all an illusion reflected in glass. Patterns of untruth that the universe uses to laugh at us. We are not meant to see such things. Our small minds rebel at the concepts so unimaginably vast that they cannot be held in a single thought. It is how it controls us. You discover something coded deep inside the long-dead traveler's data log. Something was left that'll aid me on my journey. You probably gave me a real junk module. No? Nanites then? Okay. Would you go away? The Sentinels can be just such an absolute bother half the time. You should make one of those horrors your pet. I'm not aware of that being a thing you can actually do. Okay, so those should be counting towards the mercenaries group. Okay. Okay, the swarm's subsiding. And let's see what the mercenaries thing says now. Alright. So we are gaining mercenaries guild ranks. Yeah, it was Expedition 3 that you got an egg that you could hatch. Gotcha. Yeah, no, so like when the game first came out, I played a ridiculous amount of it, got all the achievements, like right at the beginning of it. And then I kind of just didn't play much more of it. And so I kind of missed almost all the early expeditions, because it just wasn't on my radar anymore. Piss off. Hey, no zombie gaming, how's it going? Could you not do that? I'm trying to leave you around because you don't hit as hard so I can kind of ignore you. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, sorry, we're just kind of focused a little bit on combat here. I hadn't planned to go out of my way to kill these things, but we had noticed this was one of the objectives for the Mercenaries Guild we hadn't done. And I landed here with the intention of looking for fossils. But since I'm sitting here anyways, and it told me to kill a bunch of these, it's good enough reason for me to see it through. Okay. It almost feels like the Sentinel's trying to protect these things by like throwing shields up between me and them and everything. I know it's just happenstance where they're positioning because of the way I'm moving and all that. Okay. Got another egg out here I can pop. There's a good chance I've destroyed most of the eggs just from the ricocheting bullets and all that. At the rate I'm killing these, I do suspect we'll have the objective of kill, like, enough of these done soon. Okay. Hey, Flix, how's it going? I think I got one last seed, or one last egg to pop. And that's all the monstrous horrors we're going to get out of this spot. I'm doing pretty good. Just doing a little bit of No Man's Sky, all that good stuff. Alright. So let's run inside to get that thing to lose track of me. Okay, so we went on a killing spree there, and basically wiped out a bunch. We go to the mercenaries one. We've gone up several ranks, all the way up to Fiendish. Didn't finish it, though. But that's okay. That's not even why we were here. Oh, there's just whispering eggs up on the surface all over the place. Oh, no, there's another one there. Okay. Well, we're getting plenty of rancid flesh. Not sure that's a good thing, but you know, it is a thing that is occurring. Okay, let's check on that again. Mercenaries. Yeah, because it was 125 was the next tier. They're definitely killing a pretty good number per egg I pop. This definitely seems like the planet to do this. The oxygen strain on us isn't that bad. There's no, like, horrific environmental thing that's just absolutely killing us the whole time. Okay, and what are you saying now? Actually, we can probably go here. Alright. There's milestones for it. Alright, that's fine. We can go up here. That's a little less useful. I popped the egg and they basically scattered. Okay, back to what I was doing. I guess I'm just doing this now because I've started it. We're in the place, and the milestones are only like 10, 15 of them apart from each other. So they are going relatively quick. It'll be one of those things that once I finish that milestone, I have to worry about again. This craggy area here sucks though for it. Okay. Alright, and 3 more for the next tier. I've also not seen any of the fossils whatsoever. Alright, I think we'll stop after this wave, because the next step is 50 more of them. We get a bunch of milestones done. It'll just be a thing now where I've been skipping out killing them before. When we end up like one of those places, like bases, maybe I'll do 1 round of killing them. It should slowly build up. Okay, so we got a Vigilance Stone over there. The heck are you? Oh. I'm seeing a lot of Vigilance Stones. But not just the normal fossils. I saw some over there. Okay, there's the fossil bed. Honest, this world, it feels like I can almost stay, like, slowly work my way out of the gravity. There's one ancient bone. Right, I want to say polished stone you just use for crafting. I was trying to remember what they were, so I figured I'd trigger it. Yeah, so they just give me a bunch of polished stone, so we don't care about that, I don't think. Alright. So we're looking for now. Got fossils over there. So you got fossil bed nearby. Okay. All right. This gravity is a suggestion. I could feather this all the way out to space, which is a pretty fun thought. Go away. Okay, whispering eggs. It's a pretty good chance we go this way. A lot of times the vigilant stones will be at a fossil bed. Okay. Alright, and that would be our inventory full. Honestly, yeah, honestly, I gotta remember how this even works. Because I've got a bunch of pieces of dinosaurs, and I'm pretty sure you have to make the stand, and then when you have the stand, you can combine them together, assuming you have the pieces. Now, thing of trainer, what are you? Dream Aerial. Oh, that's fine. Regardless, we are full up. Actually, we can be smart about this. Alright. And go here. We could summon you. Not exactly what I had in mind. But you've got space available in you. All right. I'm hoping these count. Because we're definitely eliminating them. Okay. Nope. It looks like you have to eliminate them through, like, shooting. Okay. So now I hop back in. Alright, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got a bunch more dinosaur bones. I don't remember how many dinosaurs there are. I want to say there's a bunch. Like a lot. I also don't remember like what the rules are so far as where they show up and all that kind of nonsense. It's very much, them Duke boys been at it again. Alright. And so you can just go ahead and pop on over here. Grab some more of the fossils. Like I said, my big thing I don't remember with the fossils is I want to say the fossils varied based on planet type. Like, you would have fossils on a toxic world to be, you know, certain fossils. The fossils on a hot world to be another one. But I don't know that for sure, because fossils are definitely one of the mechanics of the game I just never really bothered beyond, you know, building one or two and being like, cool, I did the thing. Okay, there's the fossils I saw down there. Okay. So we're good here. Hypothetically, what does declare your victory do? You declare your victory. It doesn't do anything, but you do declare it. It's just a way of deleting a bunch of points for all intents and purposes. The things it does from a practical side is I give a roll to you on the Discord so others can see that you have won Twitch. You're not just saying it. Well, we recognize it, like we celebrate it kind of thing. But it is just kind of a vanity fun thing. A lot of channels have some form of point sync, and that's kind of what it is. Alright, Zidian declaring victory. Where is my note that I've got here? I need to sit down and get that. Alright, so Zidian declared victory, because I am keeping note of everyone. With the purpose of like eventually going and having something we do. But before I forget, I'm gonna take 2 seconds real fast and then just pop on in here and quickly get you that roll, because that's like honestly a big part of like how I keep track. Oh, it's so hard to search for people on here. Disable that. Scroll on down here, and there you are. And add roll. I have to go to profile add roll, don't I? Why is it so hard to do these things? There we go. Rolls and 1 Twitch. Cool. I want to do something like, has anyone declared twice? Yes, Pankraru has won twice. And while it does count, a big part of that is because the thing glitched. That decreases the cost of winning Twitch and set it down to almost nothing. And in the 2 seconds it took me to disable it, Pank managed to snag 2 wins. But they do count, because it was on my side that it broke. Besides, Pank probably has the points for winning normally thing. Plus, on top of that, Pankrara was one of the very first people who was in the channel. Like, so far as, like, a regular and all that. So, like I said, very, very probably does actually have the points. Where did... I keep seeing those fossils, I keep losing track of them. Oh, hey. There's a building right ahead of us. We can check that out while we're here. Posting on Discord about the victory? Nice. By all means, brag. Absolutely. I think that makes you, the I think you're the 13th or 14th winner I think we've had so far. It's somewhere up there. The ancient marker hums at a frequency that burrows deep into my being, filling me with the voices of the Korvax echoes. Knowledge paves way to understanding probability, and the Atlas spoke in fragments. The Atlas interface are their shadows, the monoliths their scattered children. Together, they convey the wisdom of the infinite. They must be understood. Yeah, tell me about your language. I have learned the word, we. And it's spelled we, W-E. They're not actually talking about we like us, but rather like we like, you know, where's the nearest urinal? I appreciate that. Who's about to win Twitch? You know, Cookie's right there, and just not Cookie and increase the cost of winning Twitch. For people who are new to the channel, this is a thing that's been in the channel since pretty close to the beginning. I knew I wanted a point sync, like I said, you'll see most channels do have some kind of point sync. Whether it'll be like some redeem to make the person do something silly, but like it costs, you know, 200,000-300,000 points or something, or, you know, get your name put on a winner's list, or like whatever it is. But the original idea that I got it from, who I'm sure got it from someone else, who I'm sure got it from someone else, that's the way this thing works, is, I used to watch a lot of Octavian Zero. Or Octavian Zilch, however you want to put it. Back when he used to stream Path of Exile all the time. Before he became a GGG employee. But, he had a redeem, you know, to continue the proletariat uprising. Yeah, no, Octavian's fantastic. I just haven't been able to catch his streams because he doesn't stream nearly as much these days because, you know, doing dev stuff, all that. Yeah, I know he's got a solid voice. But, you know, he had continued the proletariat uprising. Not like, you know, finish it or anything. Just, you know, continue it. But it was just something that is, I can't remember, it was like 200,000-300,000 points or whatever. But it was just another one of those things that its purpose was just, you got a lot of points and you want to flex that you got a lot of points. That's what it's there for. Pretty sure with that one I saw there was some more stuff there. Because I'm figuring we keep doing this until, one, I get tired of it. Or two, I start seeing that I'm mostly getting duplicates. Like we're not seeing new stuff. If we look at our exocraft now, we got a whole bunch of these I've only got one of. And then there's a bunch of them that, you know, I'm starting to get just... I think the one I got the most of is I got 3 of one of them. Alright. Because those are really craggy plants, so a little annoying to traverse. It's also kind of a fun chaos. There's just the one skeleton there, so you're at 700, 700. Yeah, all three of those are at 700. Well, the thing is, from the ship, I can't see them. On the plus side, this thing definitely is easier to manage than the Mass Effect rover. The Mass Effect rover is definitely one of those ones that you go, oh yeah, Mass Effect rover, you kind of loved and hated it. There was so much fun about it, but also some of those rover areas went on forever, and you're like, you know what, I'm pretty over dealing with the rover right now. It definitely is one of those things that the Mass Effect rover stayed its precise exact amount of time it should have. You replay the game and you get to the rover and it doesn't hold the same magic the same time. What did declaring victory start at? About 100,000. If memory serves me correctly, it was about 100,000. Inflation, right? Well, it used to be so. Tomb, who's my wife. She'd hang out and stream from time to time and all that, and that's literally the only thing she ever spent points on the entire time she was in the channel. I don't think she ever spent a point on literally anything else but increasing the cost of Twitch. She may have done like a hydrate once or a stretch once or something like that. But, so she's probably single-handedly raised it several 100,000 by herself. She stopped really messing with it when I added a way to also reduce the cost. But if you look at the numbers, the ability to increase the cost is more efficient than the ability to reduce the cost. So you could bring the price down so that everybody could win. It would just require people to cooperate together to collectively bring it down, which we have never observed. We've seen instances where 2 or 3 people get together to knock it down a couple of thousand here and there. But never a prolonged, like, proper push. Who was it the other day who won? That they're like, oh, I think was it a Night Dweller? I think had won, and has basically didn't say anything. Because Night Dweller's like, I was scared that the moment I started saying things, people would just start massively boosting the cost. To seize the means of winning Twitch. Exactly. We could all win Twitch together. It just depends on everyone rallying together as a group for a cause. Yep, no, we are collecting a bunch of fossils. And to be fair, the fossil expedition, I believe, was one of the ones I missed. Alright, so we're still getting new ones. Or if we fill up the inventory. I don't remember. I think they both have a cooldown. Because I believe I gave them both a cooldown because I was worried with just how it works on the back end. If people spammed it way too fast, there was the possibility it would glitch out and it wouldn't count. Because ultimately the way that works on the back end is when you redeem it, it opens up a file on the file system, adjusts a number, and then closes that file again. No, I'm sorry, that's a lie. That's not doing it that way. It's just pulling the thing and replacing the redemption. So it's removing the redemption entirely and then putting it back at a new value. I mean, it's adjusting the price, it's just that's mechanically how you'll notice it change on the UI. It'll just disappear for a second and have the new number. But because I am communicating with, like, Twitch to update that, I wanted to make sure it had, like, a minute or something like that back and forth. That way, like, if it lags for a second to, you know, on Twitch's end or whatever. One, I don't want to scam people on their points. But also, two, just to make sure nothing goes messy. Because that's the thing that caused the glitch where I mentioned the one person got to redeem multiple times real fast to get wins. What actually caused that was Twitch did an API, you know, an API change. And when they did, just mechanically the way it works is those redeems technically belong to my bot. And so my bot can update them at will and all that. Twitch only lets redeems that are made by bots be adjusted by bots. Just as a precaution. And so what happened was, when that API update changed, it took the redeems that were made by my bot and flipped them to belonging to Twitch. Which is not like a big deal, it's just, it means you just have to like quickly like reset the redeem and all that. But because of that, when people went to do the points and it hit it, it couldn't load the information from the redeems because it didn't belong to the bot anymore. And so it reset it down to kind of like nothing. And the other one we had is, at the same time that happened, it made it so the redeems to make it go up and down just didn't do anything. You redeemed it, it cost the points, but it couldn't update it. And so there wasn't, like, you know, the API that Twitch has doesn't turn around to give you, hey, error, you couldn't do that. It just didn't do it. Luckily, I believe we caught most of the ones that happened, because it's just like one stream it was broken. I believe we got pretty close to about right for what it should have been for the people increasing and decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. And then, you know, now it's been fixed for a while. It is one of the things that every once in a while I get paranoid when people are like really using it a lot. I'll like kind of go in there real fast and double check. It's like, you're still working, right? You're actually updating? Good. Number go up, you can't explain it. Yep, this is what Zidian's doing is pretty much exactly how it goes. Is someone will win, and they will start dumping points on increasing the cost of winning. It is hardly the first time that's happened. And I suspect, as we get more winners, it'll become harder and harder to win. Now, that said, it would take quite a few of them rallying together to make someone watching of a similar amount unable to get it. Like, you do accrue points at a pretty decent click. But now, if someone's watching way more than you, then yeah, they can... I mean, still with just one, they probably can't. There we go. Because, like, again, it costs something like, I can't remember the rates. It's like 5,000 points to increase it by 1,000 and like 3,000 points or whatever to reduce it by 500. Whatever the amounts are. I don't remember the amounts. It's been so long since I've looked at that. I think it says it directly in the redeem. It'll say what the amounts are. It's near impossible. It's 5,000 to increase it by 5,000 and 5,000 to decrease it by 1,000. Oh, did I really make it that sphere? I thought it was 3 and 5. I mean, it is what it is. At this point, it's been that way so long. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting 3 months of a tier 1 sub for Infinity Simplex. Hope you enjoy your advertiser previewing as well as extra points, so that maybe someday you might win. For the record, I never anticipated it getting as expensive as it did. I kind of... You're not even sure what you're winning? Well, you're winning Twitch. You're declaring your victory on Twitch. Yeah, no, Randall Thor is, you know, absolutely fantastic. Incredibly supportive of the channel and all that. I am noticing the waypoints are getting bugged. After I do a couple of fossils, I'll have other nodes get labeled as fossils that aren't fossils. See, like that's got the fossil symbol, but it is dihydrogen crystals. It is not fossils. So I cleaned it up, and now you don't see the fossil icon there. So that's an interesting bug. Now that said, if it says fossil bed, it is a fossil bed. Like when I mouse over, it'll have the fossil symbol, but, you know, it'll actually say like dihydrogen. Reddit throws the homie we all deserve. Cookie just redeemed. Declare your victory. I didn't realize you were that close. I knew you were close. I didn't realize you were like right there. I don't have my other node in front of me, so I'm just adding this to here. So, Cookie wins Twitch. And I'm gonna put again. I know it's 2 times, but that way if I mess up my notes, that'll do that. You think you worried, Cookie? Well, I think Cookie was genuinely waiting for the points to come in, because Cookie declared that's, Ooh, does that make you the first one who's won Twitch twice without, like, point issues? No. Oh, was it you, or was it Burning? I gotta look at my notes on that. I think, like, we've got a couple, I think. That whole side is just the thing that summons the golems or whatever. All right. And slowly our inventory is filling up. Like I said, if we do actually fill up our inventory... Yes, that's an oxygen-rich plant. Oh, now it's actually quite a bit closer. Because we're redeeming it as soon as the cooldowns come up. It's okay. People will lose focus. Or they won't. Either way, it'll be interesting and amusing. All right. Carbon crystals? I don't recognize carbon crystals. Oh. Oh. Never mind. Crystallized carbon. Or concentrate carbon, whatever it's called. I want an extra springy suspension so that when we hit the ground, we just gotta go boom. Like just extra springy. Some really, really puffy tires. Nope, that's a lie. It's actually dehydrogen. Yeah, I think we got so many markers here, it's not sure what to do about them. Alright, let's just go east. Need a Ford 950 with the lift kit. Yeah, but when would I do all the maintenance? I actually don't have a strong opinion on trucks. I just know Ford has a reputation kind of like Harley where, you know, they just become a little bit of a maintenance pit. Because that's the one I remember about Harley-Davidson motorcycles. Is you can own them, but you better believe you're going to be getting that thing worked on. Whether it's you yourself doing it or someone else. Yeah, so it's labeling that as sodium nitrate crystals. There you go, fossil bed. Yeah, no, we've had a bunch of people, it's like, gives a bunch of the vibes of, like, the Mako. There's a reason I grabbed this one instead of the hover bike or the Colossus. Like, the Colossus has all the cool, like, garbage stuff now, but this planet doesn't have garbage on it. Yet. So we all agree, like, our character is not actually an archaeologist in any right. So we are just going to take a bunch of bones from a bunch of different creatures and just kind of put them together and be like, it's a new creature. No one's ever seen it before. No, I know its head looks exactly like that other creature, but it's totally new. Trust me. I have an honorary degree that I mostly paid for. Oh, these tags are getting real buggy. They're now showing my vehicle icon for dehydrogen crystals. And all sorts of stuff. So we are making the world a real sad place in this one. Yeah, no, I'm not like super knowledgeable. Well, I've read a little bit on the fossil wars, which is very fascinating. Where there was like two guys who were just trying really hard to be the ones to discover the most dinosaurs or whatever. And just absolutely were just making up BS. And just doing whatever to try and one up the other. Okay. Oh, okay. We're just gonna go right down to that hole. You might need to check your oxygen tank for contaminants. It's probably fine. I mean, honestly, with half the worlds we've been on, in real life, there'd be like so much need for so many different like filtration and replacement of parts and all that kind of stuff. You'd not just be rolling on like a highly acidic planet and then just going over to like a planet that's all wet and all that, and then immediately going to like a desert planet and then a fiery planet and not have some nightmare scenario going on with your life support. You'd either have some kind of like mold growing in there, or have been just like burned through by the acid, or just wear and tear, like the filtration material would be just kind of like all chewed up so it just doesn't work. The holes are too big and just whatever passes right on through. There you are. It's just the one. And if you're Simplex under 295 stream streak, catch the last 295 streams, not miss a single one, so thank you so much for that. I do appreciate it. Oh yeah, no, we have just every couple seconds, you know, in response to raising the cost of winning Twitch, the next message. Is that how this works now, Zidian? You treat each message as costing 5,000 points. That's just the cost to communicate now. one message per minute or whatever it is. Self-inflicted and costly slow mode. Your heart needs a break from watching this in chat. You'll try to be back in a bit. It's okay. Maybe we'll get to rally people to lower the cost again. We've had that happen a couple of times, that someone was close and people rallied together, just push the points down a little bit to help. This is how the world works. You're a solid pull up the ladder behind you. Not just a little pull it all the way up. Okay. Another thing I actually need is I need more of the buried data things. Yep, that one's legit. But we haven't been seeing those on because this is a dead planet. Honestly, might just buy the salvageable technology. There's not a whole lot I need money for right now. The only thing that we could see being like a big money kind of go for thing is if we happen to find an S-rank freighter. Real question, how many points are you ahead of winning? It could be a lot. It very well could be a lot. Okay. Regardless of what's going on, we'll have to leave in not too long. I am slowly burning through my resources like carbon and oxygen. You'd say Cookie's made a really good investment by adding his win now. Yep. Alright. Good to see you back in No Man's Sky. Yeah, no, I enjoy No Man's Sky. We've been playing a good couple days now for the we did like the expedition and a bunch of stuff around it. This is still our permadeath run that we got a bunch of time in. Oh wait, I was able to reach it. I've had that a few times where you'll be underground at like the bedrock, and what you're looking for will end up just spawning below the bedrock and be unreachable. You can't do it earlier, but you kept getting distracted. All those increases made you need to do it soon. Yup. It'll go up a bit. Usually, like I said, it kind of ends up being one of those things that people increase it a lot for like a little while. And then they tend to, you know, get distracted, forget about it, whatever you want to go with. Most people don't manage to keep it up very long. As far as like multiple streams and all that. That's false, man. You do have to sleep, and that could be soon. Yep. And where, like, Zidian's sustained this, like, boosting, that's a lot of points going away really fast. Because you're definitely in, like, the 50, 60, maybe more 1,000 points you've already burned on just increasing the cost of winning Twitch. At one point, I even debated making it so the increasing to have a separate redeem to increase the cost of increasing the cost of winning Twitch. And I decided that was just going to be a little bit too much. I had been tempted. When I said like this would be something I was thinking about like 3 years ago. Yeah, system works for me. That way you could do that kind of stuff where you could mess with those. I was also worried it'd end up being like 10 redeems that are just related to messing with the cost of stuff and Twitch. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And then, you know, it would kind of make all other redeems effectively non-existent because it'd just be buried. But I feel like three redeems, one for up, one for down, and then one for the actual win, is not too bad. Increase the cost of decreasing the cost of increasing the cost of winning Twitch. Yeah, if Twitch had it where that's like the whole redeem section was way easier to like filter, organize, that kind of thing, I would be tempted to do that kind of nonsense. This is definitely the best redeem and everyone should get in here. Having a real impact on the world around you. But, like, if you could do stuff like, you know, set them to be better categorized and organized and all that, and not as annoying to navigate through, especially, like, on mobile, I'd consider that kind of stuff, but it's pretty awful to deal with on a lot of different devices and whatnot, so I figure what I got's about right for it. It's not too much clutter. Okay, and I'm gonna guess it's probably going to be us full. Because I also figured I don't use a roamer that often. Oh, well, not full, but we're close. I got 2 spaces left. I don't use a roamer that often, and it wouldn't be too frustrated if I had to like leave stuff in here because I don't have what I need to make the I think. Okay, it's over 1.6 million points. That feels okay for now. Yep, well, considering when you redeemed it, it was, what, 1.7 million or something like that? Yeah, you bumped it up. Alright. But yeah, then the things I need to do is I want to start getting the... We'll get ourselves like a little bit of a museum for all these fossils I've collected. Oh, right, because people have been lowering it a lot recently, because it was up to 1.57. Then it got knocked down a bit. Just because, you know, there's a couple people who are lowering it here and there. You know, and there was some increasing it, but it was just more people were lowering it. Why would they do that? It's just the way people are. Some people want to help others win. Some people want to prevent it. All right. Oh, Oh, I must have run out of one of the materials. It's like, wait, why don't I have that there? Put you up here so no fossils get put in that spot. Alright, just one tile left. And some people just want to watch the world burn. I mean, if you play No Man's Sky, you can just watch the world burn. There are plenty of worlds that will be more than happy to just demonstrate a burning world. Just a slowly closing wall of fire. Too much fire. She has so many amazing emotes. I need to get some proper time sat down and do an emote refresh of just taking a bunch of the emotes that have, you know, they've been around a while, they're getting a little stale. Take a bunch of those ones and get them updated. Okay. Alright, and with that, we have a full complement of fossils. So, what we're going to do now is I'm going to summon my ship, because I do not feel like driving all the way back to it. And we are going to potentially teleport to... You need help pushing this to 1.69 million? Yeesh. Okay. You need the nicest numbers? Yeah, so I'm thinking we go to the... What was it? Beneath everything, or below everything, or whatever we called our, whatever we called our main base. Well, I'm calling it our main base. It still doesn't have a lot of the infrastructure. Okay. Yeah, so I got that storage. Cool. So I think what we want to do... Let's leave that alone for right now. Because I'm thinking about how I want to approach getting this set up, because I don't have all of the places I can put the fossils. Like I've got 3, I think, of the 5 displays or whatever. Alright, the bottom of everything, warp to the bottom of everything. So I'm gonna have to probably drop the roamer underwater, or do something where I teleport to one place, you know, pull the stuff out of the roamer, move it to the next place, however that works. Okay, so there's a teleporter, and this is our first room. So let's see. We can have a quadruped, a biped, and a reptilian one. Can I make you snap? I'd really love you to snap. Okay, and reptilian. Okay, so for reptilian, I need more pure ferrite. No problem. Let's start with our stuff here. That's silica dust, which we probably have a lot of. Okay, I am assuming you will not let me summon the roamer to the bottom of the ocean. Nope. That is going to complicate things a little. Alright, we'll put you on the freighter for right now. Oh man, there's so much junk I need to process in here. That's fine for the moment. Okay. Yeah, I've got a lot of pugnium. Be good to get some of that out of our inventory and all that. I basically have a ton of junk in here that needs to be all processed down. Okay, so let's see here. Is there stuff we want to just go ahead with? So we got the dirty bronze. We can get that out of here. The rancid flesh, I've got $1 million worth of rancid flesh, so let's get that out of here. The cursed dust, I believe, is something we just sell. I'm going to go and get rid of the ancient keys at this point. That's something we can sell. I believe some of those we can actually process into other materials. Gravitino balls we'll get rid of. Get rid of the Vigilant Stone for the time being. Apparently I have a prototype parrot, proto-parrot skull and some other stuff on the, Yeah, we have the instant 165 stream streak. Catch us 165 streams, not miss a single one. Alright. Okay, so apparently the freighter, we got some bones on there. I must have accidentally put them in the wrong place and was moving stuff around. Okay. So I actually have a decent amount of inventory. What I'm going to need to do to probably accommodate this is let's go back to the Bluegrass base. And at the Bluegrass base, we can go and, we can quickly try and go in here and get the fossils off of the roamer into our inventory. So we can start building the fossils. Sorry, building the dinosaurs at the place. And we'll set aside the ones that we end up with duplicates of. And I'll probably just get rid of those. Like, either sell them or whatever it is. I know I could exchange them for other things, but... eh. Okay, those aren't quite ready. And please tell me if you like them. Oh, the fossils? I'm not having the highest expectations. I've had a few people be like, they're not very good looking. It's like, oh, okay. Alright, so we can get you, put you back in the exosuit, grab you. You exchange for their parts? Yeah, no, I saw that earlier. So you're working on that. I want to go to the exocraft. Okay. Hey, Ravi plays games. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Welcome in, Raiders. But what all are you getting up to? How's a good time? All that good stuff. Playing some Bitcraft online. Nice. I hope you had a good time with that. I'm not familiar with Bitcraft, but regardless, I do hope you had fun with it and everything. Do I have a bunch of inventory in my freighter? No. No, I do not. Alright. How can I organize this to compress stuff? But yeah, so again, if you're looking for some Bitcraft, you can find that over there. Yep, it's an MMO. Nice, chill, explore MMO. Nice. Good to hear. Sounds like a good time. We're just doing some No Man's Sky today, trying to figure things out. Because I got too much junk everywhere. And it is a problem. And I would stop collecting it. But that would be me lying. So just don't expect that, I guess. And drop all the meat stuff into storage. Go back to our exosuit. I will put the morphite on my ship. Okay. There's just so much being moved around here. Alright, so we got all these fossils on board. You can process you. But yeah, welcome in and everything. Sorry, like, I'm trying to focus on getting my inventory managed. We just went on like this big escapade of getting tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of fossils. And I want to move them to my base so I can set up some displays. To be clear, my base is in the bottom of the ocean. On a hellishly awful world. And that is creating a minor bit of extreme difficulty. So I'm trying to go ahead and get everything in my inventory real quick. Because if I could do that, I could just teleport over. Let's see, are the fossils from the new thing or just that was just released? No, the new thing that was just released is basically you get what's effectively a dump truck. It's the Colossus has new changes, and you go out collecting kind of garbage and salvage kind of thing. Looks like you got 11 more spots I got to clear up. So you get like a bunch of salvage, that kind of stuff. It's actually a pretty slick update. It's not an incredibly large update. To give you an idea, you can knock out the entire expedition in under 4 hours. Or around 4 hours. I did in about 5, and I definitely was not being super efficient about it. But I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. You know, each expedition doesn't need to be hundreds and hundreds of hours to be worth doing. I could take some of the extra phosphorus and chuck it over. Some of the extra uranium. Sort that out. That's a couple more slots. Yeah, no, the fossils have been around for a pretty long time, but it's one of those gameplay mechanics that doesn't get much love. You don't hear about it very often. Which is fine, it's just, you know, it's been around, nothing's really changed anytime recently, so it gets overlooked. There's a lot of mechanics in the game that would fall under that umbrella too. Where by and large they're still useful, they're still present, but they're not really front and center, so it's very easy to not see them. And to be clear, like, I've got a ton of time in the game. And this is, like, I built one fossil skeleton, or like one or two for, like, expedition things in the past, and I never touched it since. So I'm in that same exact camp where it's like, oh yeah, I've just let sit. Alright, so we got a bunch of ammonia. We could toss that on the freighter. Then we can go to the exocraft, and that'll be the last of the fossils moved over to our inventory. Okay, so let's go back to the bottom of everything. And this is a permadeath save. So where you see me doing incredibly dangerous things and living in horrible places that, you know, really isn't safe, just know I make decisions of some form. I'm not gonna say good or bad, they are decisions. Physically something was decided. Okay. So, let's go ahead now. Yep, so we got our terrible planet with the coastal weather and all that. Grab you out of here. You ran out of fuel, so we'll top you off. And you just keep on processing. Okay. Vibe decisions, you get it. Alright. Okay, so reptilian. Okay, so let's start assembling some dinosaurs. So, oh. There are so many. There's so many here. I wish I could tell which ones I had the full set for. Some of these don't even give you the information. They're just like, what style of ribcage? This kind of bothers me a little bit. Okay. So I'm learning things. I'm not sure how I feel about them, but they are being learned. Alright, so we will start with a predator skull, an ancient ribcage, swift hind legs, graspy arms. Not sure how I feel about the grasping arms. Yeah, so grasping arms, it will switch the swift hind legs over to the stalking legs. Oh, those are way too small. Alright, so I'm learning here. I'm learning that we're not using the right torso. Okay. That's definitely not moving the right direction. So we definitely can make some nightmare. But thank you for having closed caption, you're hearing impaired, and it's super appreciated. Yeah, so we advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions here. So we absolutely try and do pretty much everything we can to provide support for those things. So yeah, closed captions is an important one for me. You know, granted, sometimes it doesn't work as well as others, but we do our best. Hunter's forearms. You know what? Sure. I don't know what it is. Oh, you're supposed to be a quadruped. That's the reason why you're looking so nightmarish. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so maybe not that head. Alright, so we made a vicious stalking beef exhibit. Oh, once I assemble it, is that just it? Okay. Gotcha. So it's interesting. It is, well, this is... Alright, I guess we don't get to see this one. Okay, so let's just guess. Alright, T-Rex head. The spiked rib cage. Grasping hands. Second set of grasping hands. Oh, wings. Okay, I didn't realize we had a wing slot. What happens if I put 2 sets of grasping hands up there? What nightmare fuel am I making? As cursed as that is, I can see it. Like, it would run on its clawed hands and then just, like, grab onto stuff. Sure. The Witcheruvius. The Witcheruvius is over 35 million years old. A mighty carnivore with cold blood left it reliant on warmth of the stars. Multiple layers of incisors and sheath within one another, extending and retracting to rend flesh. That's just... I think that's just, like, generic. They put filler words there. Now, the only problem with that is I was expecting this to do a little bit more. It seems like you just make the exhibits, and then you sell them. Can I put you back on that display? No, because what I would do is I just put down the display. Alright, if I wanted to turn around... how is my inventory doing? Horrifically. Okay. So, first of all, we need to open up space. The bottom of everything is pretty full. So we need some glass and sulfide crystals. So the glass is nice and easy. All I have to do is go in here, grab a pile of the dust, or the silica, whatever it is. Silica powder. And glass is happening. Pretty cute little bunny today. Then you got a shiny glowing pink one as a quest reward. Nice. Alright, so let me introduce you to the horrible nightmare that is the place we live. I'm going to summon my exocraft before we die. Because we are at extreme depth. At the bottom of the ocean. Come on. I need you to erupt. Come on. I need you to erupt. There you go. Cool. Okay. Yep, so as you can see, I'm in deep water, and that my life support just drains. If we're just grabbing those because I need those to expand my my underwater base. Okay. All right. Come on. Don't be so bad, but I have to wait for these to, like, blast their heat or you take damage. Okay. But yeah, so this is the... In the story, you get to do some pretty cool stuff with the, making a planet system, whatever you want to call it with. Not gonna spoil a bunch of that. But, this is the one we made. And you can make some pretty bad nightmare fuel. In this case, like I said, we kind of just made a super deep sea one that's very dangerous. My last save, my not permadeath run, that planet's way worse than this one. Like, this one's just dangerous because it's deep water, but you can just stay indoors and mostly avoid it. My other one was just this awful, like, gas giant of just nightmare fuel that is always perpetually on fire and having storms and all sorts of stuff. Good materials on it. But just generally an extremely dangerous place. Okay, so with that, we go into my inventory here. We can grab the glass. And go here, and we'll make a glass tunnel. And a large deep water room. You still need to find deep enough to find stuff like that. Yeah. Alright. And there's the exhibit we made. So now you have a biped. We give it kind of a turtle-looking head. A long neck with a rib cage. Fossilized flippers for its front. Fossilized fin for the back. And decoiled. How's that look? Looks pretty cool. Alright. So I'll put you in here. It is interesting that these actually have relatively decent value. I am noticing one problem, though. Which is they just don't fit. Well, I'll figure it out later. It's fine. Alright. At this point, since I was under the premise that the false premise that you would make these and there was like ones to finish and you didn't just kind of like build your own. That's just kind of a thing. So I am just kind of ramming a bunch of pieces in here to make a bunch of fossils. They're definitely doing like exactly the dinosaur war thing where we're just like, look man, I just need some heckin' dinosaurs. Can you deliver? Sure. We're just making up our own dinosaurs now. I'm still waiting for it to be like, this one's like, it's worthless. You made it up. It's garbage. No one's going to believe this is a dinosaur. Yeah, and this is just kind of how the procedural generation also works in the game in the back end. Is it kind of just shoves a bunch of parts together and be like... Yeah, so fossils, a little underwhelming. Gonna be real. We're gonna run out of legs before anything else. Alright, and I don't have the fossils to make any more of them. Oh right, I could just sell them right here. Yep, okay, so the fossils look like I would get about 500,000-ish per construction, whereas some of the individual fossils are worth a pretty penny. Now that said, let's actually go to a station real fast. The ruins, you can actually find some planets with actual cool decorations. Yeah, no, they have the unique ones that you can find. I forget what the name of them is. I've got like the light spire thing that we found on one of the planets. I usually, like, I haven't done nearly as much with the stations and all that as I or the bases and all that as I probably should. Let's go ahead and move our ship. Oh, we need to refuel it. Now we'll move our ship. So we can go to a new station, because I want to see if the fossil collector, if there's anything, like, genuinely interesting I could do with it. We'll go to this Korvac system. Those are glitches you have item. Well, I thought there was other decorations. Either way. But yeah, I know you can get a bunch of cosmetics. I've been pretty bad about it because usually I'm working on a bunch of stuff that I would much rather keep working on versus, you know, stopping and buying a bunch of decorations on it. Alright, so we got... For the most part, this system has cold, this one is noxious. Almost all the rest of these are going to be practically just hunks of rock. With no real atmosphere or anything going on. Okay. And so I think I'm going to do here in a second, chat, is while we're going there, let me go ahead and, I don't think... Oh, yeah, I remember the ruins. Yeah, no, I think I actually have some of these on there. Poll, let me go ahead and put up a poll. Just kind of getting a vibe check. What are we doing now? No Man's Sky, if we just want to keep doing this. Sky, Big Ambitions, which would be a new run of a game that you like. It's a serial entrepreneur, tycoon, whatever game. Is there any other games I want to put on there right now? Timberborn, I could put on there. Which would be just continuing what we've already got. Yep. Just kind of doing a vibe check, put up a poll. So if you don't see the poll, don't forget to refresh the browser or whatever. But basically, we've got just continuing to play No Man's Sky, exactly what we've been doing. We got Big Ambitions, which would be a brand new run of Big Ambitions, which is a pretty fun game. It's kind of a, you know, serial tycoon-esque game where you get plunked in Manhattan and you like open a gift shop, you use that to like open a fast food place, you use that to open like a jewelry place, and you have to deal with like product lines and all that. It's a pretty fun game, but they just had an update that added movie theaters and cinema. Sorry, those are the same thing. Cinema and theaters to the game and all that. We got that going on. And then Timberborn, we pick up where we left off in the save we've got going there. And as a reminder, I do ask people to try to not tie just for the sake of tying. It's totally fine if it ends up tying on its own. But it is artificially taking something that people are less desiring to see and then bumping it up. So I do actually see it as, you know, while a meme potentially harmful to the channel when a bunch of people artificially push up a game that not many people want to see because, you know, tying memes. So like I do ask if it ends up tied on its own, that's totally fine. Just I ask people not deliberately tie it when it's something like this, when it's a, you know, a poll that doesn't matter, like what's better, tacos or pizza. People are objectively wrong, and tacos are just better. So that is what it is. Are you a researcher of fossils, unknown entity? You are welcome to my... Yeah, so it looks like... Yeah, it looks like basically I can barter to trade the fossils, of which they've got a ridiculous number, so if I want to make a designer dino, that's fine. I don't honestly care that much. I'm going to cash out all those dinosaur bones. The thing is, at least these are giving me a good couple million by the time they're all said and done. All right. Okay. Keep thinking I got them all, and then another one shows up. Okay, cool. Make sure the ship doesn't have anything on it I just want to sell. Alright, so just made a bunch of money selling priceless fossils. As you do. Suit expansion slot. We'll check in the mining thing. Get this. I actually wonder if those, if I don't upgrade them. I do it. If you haven't gotten the drops from today, the crystal looks so cool. Yeah, no, it's I actually don't put the effort in for drops myself. Like, I provide them here for people who want it. And I do end up getting a lot of drops by just watching other stuff. Okay, so if I go and process these... Oh, right, because we got a second one of those. If I go and do this... And not... Okay, so that's an interesting thing. So we can straight up just get the things here, because I've already got the S ranks. If I don't reveal what they are, I can get way more nanites out. How are my nanites? About 53,000. You don't blame me, you know it's tedious. Well, it's one of those things, like, I don't mind watching shows, like, I don't find that tedious, it's just, I don't care. Is, I guess, the more accurate part of it. I just don't care about them. Like, I'll use what cosmetics I get. If there's better cosmetics out there, that's cool. But it's pretty rare that a cosmetic is something like, no, that is amazing and I must have it. There's definitely ones I miss out and they're like, oh, that was a cool cosmetic. Because, like, I set up this character a while ago. Like, don't get me wrong, I really like the Skyborn outfit. The Skyborn outfit thing. Alright, looks like No Man's Sky won. No problem. I just kind of do it a vibe check. Because, you know, sometimes the chat gets, like, super duper quiet. And it's good when that happens, like, when people are lurking extra for your normal. Just kind of be like, alright, are people actually enjoying what's going on? Or are they hanging out to be supportive? Both of which are appreciated. But it is worth kind of doing that, like, little bit of a vibe check there and just being like, all right, where are we sitting? And I just realized I probably just want to do fast travel to the Corvette. So, the fossils ended up not exciting me too much. I'm glad we did it. I think it was a good test to, like, go through there. But the things we have to work on is all the stuff here. You had to run around those larva planets because you needed those insect helmets. Yeah, I have 2 of the bug helmets if I recall correctly. Yeah, let's unpin this one. Okay, so we got stuff to dissummon. You know how to get drops? You'll have a thing on the top of Twitch. If you're on the web browser, I have no idea where it shows up on mobile. I'm pretty sure it's on mobile and all that stuff. But, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But it'll show up near the top. That's the name of this. The Lovicum Sphere. It's got 3 icons for settlements on it. That's fine. But sorry, I got distracted by that because I got distracted with the three settlement icons. But I only have 2 settlements. And the name of the station was the Lovicum Sphere, and I'm like, what? I feel like this sphere needs a safe word as part of the entry. I don't know what's going on here, and I don't think I want to be part of it. But yeah, so it'll end up happening. So I have a thing near the top of where the thing is, like, your notifications. And if you're in an area that has drops, there'll be like a little notification to be like, oh, you want to get drops? You click on this, and you click on it, and it just requires you to connect. Like, say you're playing, like, the drops are for a game that's like an Ubisoft game. You'll have to connect your Ubisoft account to Twitch so that, you know, as you earn the drops, there's a way that it can get over there. Yeah, it's definitely safe word needed, yeah. But, otherwise, you just hang out in the channel. Like, you don't have to talk, you can lurk and all that. That's no anything. But you just hang out in the channel, and it's like, you know, maybe after 1 hour you get this drop, 2 hours you get that drop. Whatever the breakdown is. Different drops are run differently. So completion. So we got the expedition done. The citizen expedition returned safely to Summit. They were pursuing hearsay and rumors that whispered of a lost treasure. They are laden with valuable goods and data and wish to share their bounty. All right, help the settlement. That's the big thing we're doing right now. Okay, so let's reopen the upgrade building. This is a hostile planet. The Sentinels get very murdery here. So if you see me running away trying to avoid getting into conflict with Sentinels, it's because we're trying to get stuff done. We did do a lot of Sentinel murdering earlier. What? Don't talk? But somehow, somewhat of a comedian. We have to talk. Or chat a bit. Interject. Oh, you're welcome to talk. Like, don't take it as don't talk. It's don't feel pressured to, like, do stuff. It is weird that some of these don't have the letters above them. So, organic catalysts. Alright, what do I need for an organic catalyst? Alright. So we're upgrading that building. And settlements, go to our other building. We've got a visitor waiting for us. Alright. A stranger named Scott Sudal has... Oh, Scout Sudal. That's much more sense for this game. Has come to the settlement with a request. They claim the last of their supplies were stolen and ask for a few necessities. Sure. And then our shipping dock is ready. Alright, so we got a B quality on that. Lemium. What do I need to make lemium? Do I have it? So lemium... Oh, I just need pure ferrite? Yeah, that's easy. So just go like this. And now we're making pure ferrite. Oh, a pet/companion, need more pet slots? Yeah, no, we did that on, Actually, do I have a pet on this one? I'm suddenly No, it must be my not permadeath save that we had a pet slots. Because I wasn't doing much with the exocrafts or pets, really. I've actually, for all the time I have in the game, you know, obviously the Nautilus, you use it because you kind of don't get a choice if you want to live in the bottom of the ocean at all. If you're not using it, you just straight up die. Okay, so once you finish your stuff, they'll give you the pure ferrite to do all that. But yeah, no, I need to do more with that. Like, it's one of those things that people are like, oh yeah, you can ride the companions, but it always felt like the exocraft just had way more functionality around them. So I just didn't do much with them. Like, don't get me wrong, some of the expeditions were like, you have to get a pet, and so I'd get a pet, and then... Oh, that's a... Every time you see something cute, you take it with you. It happens. Alright, so Starship Hub upgrade. Oh, right, I needed to make the lemium. It was just one lemium, right? Yeah. So I can make you an A rank getting a lemium. Man, I would love for this game to just give us any level of ability to, like, manage our inventory better. All right. Like, it's got a very console-friendly UI for that. I would love stuff being able to, like, make the grid smaller, be able to be like, okay, what are things I could put in my refinery, hit the button. Like, in this, instead of having this tiny little grid that I could flag a bunch of stuff and make it, versus, you know, 15 tabs of stuff to go through. Okay, so let's pop back out of here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Let's check to see if I forgot any points. Acute is a very wide range. You have a 7-meter flying earthworm with wings. I have set some wonders in other saves. There were some utterly cursed things I found. Oh, do I still have... It's fine. Okay, so we do have our 2 expeditions are still out and about doing their thing. Alright, so we're processing all that. And also, check out the Ents playing some Star Sand Island. As a reminder, does stream in German. So, like, that's neither here nor there, just the point being, you know, they do understand English, but they stream in German, just so you know. Alright, so we're looking around for... Maybe do more pirate stuff. Continue to get our outlaw up. There we go. Nice little outlaw system. Because we're working on our various, like, just all sorts of random milestones, just knocking them out. So we can keep just ticking off the list to have less and less. Alright, so there's only 2 planets in that. It's a pirate-controlled system. It is a Gek faction. Neither of the planets are particularly exciting. Okay. So we want to get about 65,000 total nanites so we can upgrade our multi-tool. Because I did deliberately go, I want to do the staff on this one. So I went out of our way to get that. I am not collecting a big old pile of poop. But we can go in here. We have smuggling missions and all sorts of stuff. Basically want to kind of just focus on working on the outlet stock, get it all knocked out. Take whatever negative standings we're going to take with the other factions to accomplish it. Then we go legit, fix all those standings we ruin. And it's just basically, you know, we're kind of just ticking off the boxes being like, here's the thing we haven't finished. Okay, let's finish it. And doing that until we look at it and go, well, we've done everything. Sooner or later, we're gonna get our upcomings. Earlier today, we took out a walker for the Mercenaries Guild because they need to kill. I think it was there's a decent number of those you got to kill to satisfy their objective. I definitely feel like I want to get the weapons swapped and our multi thing. Gandalf the Orange with that staff, but going like full NASA punk. Right, that's the aftermarket's upgrades that you pay nanites for. I don't want that. Okay. So we have raiding the capital ship. I do want those. It's gonna hurt our standings and probably a lot. But those are things we're looking for. Get our inventory upgrade. Alright, it's time for a little bit of larceny. Because I want to get this done. And that requires me to pirate some frigates. And unfortunately, that's going to be a bit of work, but it'll gain us a bunch of outlaw levels. And that's just going to be a thing. It's going to wreck my standings with the Gek, but, you know, they're the Gek, so they'll get over it. They seem to be a forgiving people. They definitely do not seem to have a violent nature. Certainly nothing to worry about. Captain Friend, it is good to see you. We have entered Vakeen space and began operations on the planet whatever the crap that is. And now I'm faced with the dilemma. I need your advice. The deep-level mining team is refusing to dig any deeper. They have reached a strange fissure, and they believe to hear otherworldly voices. Retreat. You don't let the circus out. There is digging too deep. Okay, we don't care about the other combat ships here. We only care about the freighter. So ultimately, where are your cargo pods? I actually don't think we're aggroed yet. Is it the blue parts? You can also bounce around. Pretty sure actually you already destroyed the ship. So, it's not exactly what I was aiming to do. Certainly is what I did, though. Yeah, so if I end up fighting them, I just lose standing, and it's not a thing I need for anything else. Oh, you all are terrible. Alright, let's see if that resets it. Because some of the ships, it's really easy to tell where the cargo pods are. Other ones, it's a lot less obvious. So if I were to guess, I would say these 4 spots here are the cargo pods. It could also be those. Okay, first cargo pod done. Second cargo pod done. Third done. All right. And we don't really care about the rest of the cargo. That's basically all we were doing, is just looting. Because then, if we go into this, we did 10 of them so far. We've got a lot of those to do. My plan is to basically do the missions when they come up, because then I can get a decent reward, we can get our outlaw standings, and we can get those credit for that. Ultimately, if we finish all the outlaw stuff and it's still not done, we can have it where we have the dreadnought and its frigates, and I believe we get to start going around and plundering a bunch of the frigates, and we won't face consequences for that. But that depends on having the dreadnought encounter happen. Which, you know, who knows when all that's gonna happen. Well, this is just Lord of the Rings if it was a sci-fi novel. That's all this is. Literally nothing else is different. We just don't happen to be following Frodo. Who's definitely a Gek. Okay. Turn that in. We got another capital ship to raid. Take that one for the cargo things upgrade. Is gonna keep upgrading the staff? Yep. Alright. But yeah, one of the downsides, one thing I would love to see No Man's Sky work on is give us more variety of missions and quests. So like when you go to the Outlaws, there's only a couple things. There's fighting other pirates, fighting not pirates, raiding a frigate, and smuggling are pretty much their mission types. And it's just like, it's the exact same type of each one. I would like to see a little bit more variety in like, okay, you know, fighting the rival, but maybe they have a capital ship. So like, you can kind of do the Dreadnought encounter, except you can't get the Dreadnought as the prize on the other side of it or whatever. You know, stuff like that. Just kind of give us a little bit more spice. I want them to add missions for doing the garbage cleanup thing. Now we've got that. That once you've got your Colossus and that set up, you can get the garbage collection mission, and you gotta go and you can get like a certain number of toxic or a certain number of whatever. No, don't dock. Boo. Okay. Okay, let's work our way back to the station. And another violence done. Okay. But yeah, so we're just working on getting those done. But it does seem like it's really quick outlaw. It seems like each one of those pods I destroy, I think, is giving me 1 outlaw standings. So that'd be 4 outlaw there. And then I'm getting an extra 2 outlaw standings for actually doing the mission. So a total of 6 outlaw standings per go, which is not too bad. We're losing some Gek standing, like 3-4 Gek standing each time, which is not great. But at the same time, I feel like it's a lot easier to gain standings with the 3 factions than it is to gain the standings with the Outlaws. You're just way more limited on options for getting standings with the Outlaws than the other way. Alright. Giving them bulkheads. Okay, we got another raid mission we can do. Because we wanted to do these earlier, we just weren't getting them. It's like going to my exosuit. Move you over the freighter. Move you over the freighter. Okay, so anything else I feel like it should be moving back other ways? We chose violent the minute we put on the cape. That's why you don't wear capes. It's the only way this can ever end, is violence. Alright, there's a pretty good chance after this one I won't get another freighter mission. I'll have to switch over to probably smuggling. Okay. Alright, so let's try and establish where is your cargo. Could be that section on the bottom there. Or it'll be those giant containers that are obviously cargo along the side here. Oh, hey, 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 hey. Would you stop? Would you stop running into me? I believe that's the last of it. Yep. We got the goodies. We poked the piñata and got all the candy out of it. Alright. You a Jolly Rancher, green sucker? Oh, sorry. They just had Almond Joys and, like, you know, Whoppers. It wasn't a very good selection. Would you stop ramming me? There's no need for it. It doesn't even do damage. Like, I'm here out, you know, popping containers because I want money. You're just being a jerk. Alright. We now have an outlaw reputation of 6. Scourge. Almond Joys, oh my god. Yeah, no, it's, definitely people like Almond Joys. I'm not big on nuts in my chocolate. Like, nuts by themselves can be fine, or, like, in other stuff. Like, I've definitely been way more into, like, the, I'm way more of, like, into stuff like Milky Way and all that, like, nougat and caramel and all that stuff. Any mound, you're allergic to nuts? Yeah. Alright. I appreciate that one had more than just the 4. I was able to pop, like, a lot of containers. Yep, so we don't have another freighter assault. That's fine. For the starship, we did get... Oh, it's, I don't recognize that defense field. Here's a random question. Alright, let's do some science, because I'm actually wondering if they planned for this. So let's go and check on the catalog. So we check under GEC. Down here they have the smuggled amount. So 187. I have some stuff that is technically contraband that we looted. Let's find whatever we can find for contraband that's as cheap as possible. Cheap is very relative. Okay, I sold 1. Because it shouldn't count. It doesn't. I just wanted to make sure. Just because otherwise it'd be incredibly broken that I could, you know, just pop in here, buy up all the illicit goods, and then sell them back. And you'd take a loss because you're just buying and selling those. Oh, not that. Go here. Drop you in. Keep things processing. Okay. So. Let's safely deliver some illegal cargo. So we smuggling. Because weirdly, the GEC want us to smuggle, as do the Outlaws. Let's also check what else do I need for the Outlaws. So the Outlaws still want me to go and... Basically, they want me to smuggle, they want me to just loot more shipments, and they also want me to do missions. Which is fine. We can just knock out missions. I'm sure it'll end up being like 50 or 60 missions total to max them out. But we'll probably hit, like, Exalted or whatever their highest rank is before that happens. Now, before we actually go and do that, I'm going to take 2 seconds, stretch my legs, use the restroom, all that stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again so much for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a minute, and I'll see you then. That was a surprisingly hard dare drop to do. Was getting a picture with one of the other romanceable characters, because it takes like 5 seconds for it to actually take the picture from when you hit the button, and they don't like to stay still. And so it was so much just chasing this person around, like trying to get the camera and be like, alright, where do they think they're gonna be? I enjoyed dare drops. Ooh, combat. Come on. I just need them to not have the carrier behind it. All right. Oh, come on. Getting rammed by my own friendlies. Alright. Friend is best friend. Welcome to With Gek is. The light from the captain of the freighter. They look greatly relieved and they gesture to come aboard the vessel. So I'm going to try and be fast about this. Because we are smuggling a whole lot that we don't want to be caught with. But, while it's very unlikely this will be something I want, I do have an A-rank freighter. If it's an S-rank freighter, I would definitely be willing to take it. But the odds of that are not very high. Much, friend. Your help, many Gek, and much. The creature chatters excitedly and hops from one foot to the other. Gesturing wildly around the bridge, they point towards the control panel of the freighter. They seem to be suggesting that I take command. Inspect freighter. Ah, it's garbage. Get it out of here. Captain. Request payment instead. Alright, some nanites and a little bit of recovered standing and honestly a pretty significant amount of gold. Considering it's just like six pirate ships. Alright, so we want to get to this contraband delivery spot as fast as we can so we don't get scanned with it. Temperate planet with activated copper. So you only get activated on extreme worlds. Alright, that's a sound that tells you you're about to be scanned, but we've been having that not actually trigger. Like, we did have one where we got caught with contraband. But I have a number of times where it's made that sound, and then the scan didn't actually happen. You can choose that part? Yeah, no, there's, I remember there was ways that you can go to a system, kind of like, get yourself situated. Like, oh, this is the freighter that's there that's going to be attacked. And that there's a way you can kind of reload again and again to have it keep re-rolling what class it is until you get what you're looking for. Okay. Let's see, are there dropships any good as, Are the dropships any good? As in, do they have supercharged spots and optional things? The dropships. You mean the Corvettes? Oh, I have no idea. Usually a lot of the rules around all that kind of stuff like where you individually might get a different location for where your charged ones are at. There's the first spawn relics. Alright, before we leave, let's go check on discoveries. Is this a good plan for looking for everything? There's no underground that's awful. We don't have ocean nearby us. Okay. Yeah, the question is, the person who did it, did they bother, like, you know, hopping on stuff and start letting people know, being like, hey, here's what I got and all that. Like, eventually you'll certainly have people who'll do that. But you're gonna have a bunch of people who'll probably get it and immediately just look at that. Or you'll have a whole lot of people who just basically wait. So they want to waste their resources, they'll wait to see what other people say and then make their decision. Okay. So I got that. So now I want to go to the station, get my inventory spots we get for free. Well, not. I keep saying for free. You pay for them. But, like, you get the opportunity to try and get a hold of them relatively easy. Meanwhile, I can go to here. They probably... Are we actually going to get scanned this time? Gonna guess no. Okay. But yeah, no, it's like, it's none of the things like when I saw there was a bunch of ships and the drops and all that. Like, don't get me wrong, if we look at the ship and go, oh, that is a really good looking ship, you would certainly be willing to consider it. But, I don't know. Most of the ships I've liked the most have been in the game. Then the other thing to protect you from scans, it doesn't guarantee. Basically, once they start scanning, you use it, and it has a chance of preventing you from having your stuff detected. So it's not a 100% okay, you get away with it kind of thing. Alright. So that's a Gek mission. To just kill animals. We have a mercenary mission to kill Sentinel quads. Now, that'll be a bunch of missions we can take. Alright. Smuggled contraband. There we go. Alright. Okay, and now we do the next thing, which is popping all these containers. I didn't actually mean to do that one. That just reduced the value of it. Alright, so I got a nip bud to get rid of because that is smuggled. Okay. So I can go to you. I'll grab that. I'm amused that, like, the mercenary person's like, yeah, we'll do this. So take the walker brains. Take the salvage glass. You're getting close to being able to get that exalted. Because we get more mercenary work done. Okay. Nanite clusters to spend, friend? Happy makes Skek happy. Alright, so we go to purchase, sell, and all these things that we bought, I'm not revealing them. We're basically just kind of slowly turning, our, words are hard, chat. Turning your cash into nanites that way. I'm gonna warp back to this system, because what'll likely happen is we'll get a smuggling contract to go down to the planets, and while we're down on the planet we can kill wildlife and sentinels. You know, and then basically quintuple dip our quests. Possibly one more if once we get our smuggled goods, we end up, like, once we get our smuggled goods, we end up getting a Nexus quest as well to stack in there, like kill, you know, dangerous flora or whatever. Alright, let's get to the pirate station. Alright. I should also check that shield generator and see what class it is. I've been hesitant to start messing with Corvette reconfiguration because that's a basket of worms that once you get started can be a whole thing. So part of me has been leaning to just leave it alone until we S-rank the Corvette, and then maybe at that stage, whatever junk it got piled up, we put it to use. Okay. Start with the stuff on me. Let's let you work away at that. And it was on here. It was a shield generator. And I do wish with some of that stuff, like when you had those shield generators there, it would let you know what class it is. Be like, oh, that's going to be an S class. Nah, man, that's going to be a C. Because all the parts have a stated class to start with. I do wish we could kind of like manually update them, though. So you weren't stuck using certain engines if you wanted to take advantage of the class and all that. Well, I haven't actually looked at you. Did you have a bunch of stuff you looted? Not yet. That's fine. Okay. So you're going to have me smuggling banned weapons? Can do. And we'll pop over here. Give me those nip buds. Alright, so not a whole lot this time. But we got the banned weapons. So we're going to check on our computer in here. And just basically see if there's anything on the planet that doesn't look too bad. So like kill sentinels would be fine. Hunt wildlife would be fine. Kill hostile flora would be fine. I wouldn't want to do like the milking an animal because that could be tedious, or getting the poop because that one can be really obnoxious as well. Right. I actually want to check this in the next system, don't I? The excavating artifacts wouldn't be great because it would require a second go, but it wouldn't be terrible. Collect artifact from buried ruins. Okay, so log. Smuggled goods first. I said smuggled goods first. But then we can go over to the ruins and cause mayhem. That's too far away to be relevant. Okay. I am so confused where you want me to be right now. Alright, let's try moving around real quick. Alright, I guess here. Oh, it's so nice that they gave it this for... What'd you miss? Not much. Just doing a little smuggling. Okay, so we're a pretty good ways away, unfortunately, on this one. The icon of where this guy was being a little weird, but that's fine. And we learned the words just, late. Good, we're almost ready to make a proper excuse. Okay, and we can go ahead and grab you. Here is your banned weapons. We've been here before, so... Oh, I actually do care about buried technology right now. Alright, so with that in mind, switch over to the Collector's Quest. Alright, needless to say, we are not driving 17 hours, so this is going to be one to call our ship in and take a ride up there. Snuggle smuggling? Yup. Alright, so for the Nexus quest, we're going to go and hit the ruins up. Okay, so we managed to successfully deflect. That's interesting. It said my journey to the ancient site was 17 hours. It's not on the same planet. I'm gonna call some BS. Doesn't matter how far I drove in any direction, I was never gonna get there. I'd just keep looping around in circles. Okay. And so this planet, while we're here, we want to take the time to... We're at a couple different things. That might be it right there, but... There we go. That is the least convenient direction you could have been in. How far? 7? Alright. Okay, we got a big swarm of oxygen-rich plants, so not gonna complain about that. I do really like when you have these. These and the sodiums, where instead of having like one or two by themselves, you got kind of like this whole bloom. Okay. Yeah, just cruising along. Yeah, this will be over this hill. Now we just go collect the stuff from here. Bunch of salvage containers. Okay. So we're just gonna get a bunch of the keys and all that. And after the keys, we look for the big container. Alright, where's the big container? And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we drop the keys in. And grab our artifact. A petrified bovine hair. Alright, so that one is done. The smuggler's good is done. We need to destroy sentinels, destroy advanced sentinels, and cull the creatures on a planet's surface. Alright. Do you even have animals? We haven't seen any, right? Yeah, no, there's animals on the planet. Ah, here we go. Sorry, adorable little animals. I'm being compensated to do this. All right. So I gotta get them to the dogs. Alright, I probably get to make more ammo while this is all going on, too. Okay, we got one quad down. I don't know what's changed, but suddenly it feels like I'm doing extra damage with this gun. Okay. Hey, Pillanova, how's it going? Get the reinforcing one. Oh, come on. Just give me a moment to recover my shields. Okay, I destroyed its big laser. Alright, so he systematically just shut the thing down. It can't aim anymore. It broke its legs. All right. So let's take 2 seconds and top off that ammo. So, we should have had most of our other ones gone. So you got return to there, return to there. What about you? Destroy Sentinel quads. Unfortunately, only one quad showed up that entire time. Sorry, little guy. The guy kept demanded I do missions, and most of them involve bullets for whatever reason. Okay. So I need to get 4 more creatures. And I still need to get more quads to kill. How far away are you? Probably forever away? Yeah, you're forever away. And I'm kind of low-key hoping that we can just kick off another round of Sentinels here. Because I do also want to kill more of the Chicken Walker. I believe I need to kill 5 of those for the Mercenaries Guild to be happy. Alright. So with that, if we check our missions, I've got everything. Like, the Call of Creatures should be done with that. Is there any Gravitino balls to pick a bagger on them? I haven't noticed them, but I haven't been looking. But there is. Oh, right, because I killed enough of them. They're done on the planet. Alright, so apparently I was off by 1 on the creatures. So I need 1 more creature. It's also ones where we have to kill the quads. I'm not too fussed. We can go on to other things until the next time it lines up. Are we good now? Okay, creatures have been culled. Alright, so we did our smuggling. We handled the creatures. We collected the relics. We killed a whole bunch of sentinels for 2 different quests, and we only got partially through the quad sentinel one because we only had 1 quad sentinel show up and everything else wasn't a big deal. Alright, and for the next mission, I am not bothering to feed the animals. Alright, from here we want to get to the station. Well, that did not. It's fine. Because he already killed it all. We can pop over here. Because I can't remember, I think you can get a multi-tool out of this? Plus whatever's in their little containers. Okay, we can go to you. And see what else I'm going to toss in there. Okay. Yep, and we're just going ahead and destroying all these. Because normally it's one of those things that while you're fighting you can go and do all this. And then hit this control panel. To get the warning, boundary node exposed. Boundary archive access vulnerable. Access logs. Access log, imposter detected. Override code 4R1ADN3. Manifesting personality protocol, voice of the hive. Time cannot go backwards, but universes are not synchronous. In many, your and other forms long since dead. In others, you have not yet appeared. After its manifestation, in the multiverse, the Atlas began to repeat itself. Where once there had been infinite sentient species, 6 began to reoccur. Then 5. Then 4. Alright, and extract weapons technology. So we'll take it for free. Am I going to use it? Almost certainly not. Okay. So we got some resources. A multi-tool that's worth a couple 100,000 that I'll probably never use. Okay, so it started scanning me, but then I guess when I got the station, it just canceled it. Because I still have contraband on board. Alright, so we got a lot of quests to turn in. Which would be good, that should help with our standings and all that, get us a bunch of random rewards. Alright, hand in. So, smuggled goods, killed sentinels, killed sentinel quads, killed animals. Alright. Get them out to process. Okay. So, we can have kill a predator. I'll chuck it in the list. Those are already queued up, not doing a raid. So the rest of those I won't be touching. Meanwhile, sell our smuggled goods. Alright. Sell that as well. As far as buying things, none I'm too worried about. Cool. So not much more for us here. We'll go ahead and jump back over to where we're doing our illicit activities. And keep that ball rolling. Sounds good. We got a bunch of Gex standing. We got some outlaw standing. We got some mercenaries group, guild, whatever they're called, standing. All in all, like, that's just what's going to be, is a lot of just stuff here and there. Okay, just checking to make sure we didn't have anything there to deal with. Alright. Where's the station? There it is. Most of that tends to be in front of where you jump in. Okay. How are we doing on nanites? About 60,000, and 65,000 is when we upgrade our multi-tool. Okay. And then, if we do get to a point where we go to grab this and there isn't a mission I want to take, we'll just jump over, find a new system, that kind of thing. Another thing, I actually have no idea how close we are to our max inventory. I think for our upgrade stuff on our exosuit, we're pretty close. The modules. I think I have like one row left and then it's done. The inventory itself, I remember it gets pretty beefy. Okay, so we have a smuggle mission. Yeah, so I think after this smuggle mission, we will we'll move on. I appreciate you're just selling me what I can turn into nanites. Just straight up as it is. Alright, so we'll smuggle this, and then we're going to move on to a new system, since it does seem like we're just ping-ponging back and forth, and that happens a lot with the smuggle missions. To be fair, it actually happens with a lot of different missions. Even not the smuggle missions, you'll have ones where it's like, oh, go repair the thing, oh, go do that, and you'll notice it queues up the same spots. Like, you'll only end up, you'll take missions from, like, one system that isn't an outlaw system, you only end up pinging between, like, 2-3 systems a lot of times. And it's just, you know, it's looking for a nearby system that meets, you know, criteria and all that. Which would be very limiting. Okay, I mean, Quicksilver for more Sentinel kills. Okay, and let's go to our log. Switch back to the smuggling one. And hopefully it's reset and I'll be able to go down there and just do another round of killing sentinels, get another big walker. Hopefully get a quad or two to kill. It switched our log back over. We stay on topic. Okay. Yeah, you're pretty full up right now. Got some spare slots on the exosuit. Oh, did you switch? Okay. It switched missions when I installed the thing, and that made it so we lost where we were fast traveling to. Or traveling to. And when that happened, you know, that just kind of goofed the whole thing up. Unknown building, 5 away. Okay. Alright. We just want to keep feeding this stuff in here. And the contraband is done. Alright, we had a quest to kill like 20-something sentinels. Yeah, so smuggling dude who's been operating here for some time. It's cool if I just like literally attract what's effectively the police here, right? Be a little less brazen here. We are still on permadeath. Get backward-sized holes they've been punching in the ground. Okay, what did you break? Okay, so just gotta get through you. All right. I just realized this whole time that they had punched past my heat damage with the storm. No, 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 no. Just give me a minute. Oh, dang it. I'm trying to not get hit for a couple of seconds so that my shield recharges. Come on. I need to just not graze my shield for 2 seconds. What did you just break? Because I don't want him to leave. I just need a moment for my shields to do that. It's just I kept almost getting to the point of recharging my shields. So that was a quad. I think that's the quads we needed for that one quest. Get all your support out of here while you're stunned. All right. Yeah, the problem is the walker also moves relatively fast. Okay. They've already done the sentinel nest and all that stuff, so... not really gonna help me. Okay, so let's check on our log. So we smuggled. We need to kill a predator. We have the destroy advanced drones. We have destroyed advanced drones. Alright, so it's just the killing of a predator species. So let's look at our discovery. Is there anything on this we don't know? And it again keeps changing my quests. Oh, not that. These little brain-looking things are a predator. I don't suspect these are either. The porcupine thing isn't. We're looking for is anything is that what we needed? It seems like it'd be a predator. Nope. Predators always end up being a little hard because they tend to be your rare creatures. Okay. So I'm hoping to find some new critters. It's also those ones that some of these things you got to be careful when they do and don't count. Because like, it could be that running them over didn't count, whereas shooting them does, but maybe it does count. Usually that kind of stuff will count. Yeah, so those are still... Predator-style species. Alright, let's check again on the discoveries. So we've only discovered about half. Most of those are underwater. Yeah, so we're probably not going to find it on this planet. Which is again one of the big difficulties. With like the predators, you have a lot of planets that just don't have them. So I'll probably just take the predator quest and we'll just abandon that one. Alright, but still, a lot of quests done. Oh, it also reminds me... we can complete that. Get you. Drop you there. Alright, what's next to be processed? There you go. You can turn all these in for a bunch of rep and all that stuff. Okay. Interestingly, it's pointing at a different planet for shutting down the Sentinels. But yeah, we also have lots of different things going on. Oh, right, we still had you. That was a quantum computer. I can do that easy. So quantum computer needs an antimatter, which is easy. Now I have that. So now I have the quantum computer. And I'll wait till we're inside the station where I don't have to worry about being caught with contraband. Alright, so we got all our translators. Because I'm basically just filling in, we've got all these different things here. That's an interesting one. Because most of those ones you can craft don't count towards the maxes and all that. Yeah, so that gives me more of a fire resistance, so that's nice. And like this one here helps out there. We got our rocket boots. So it's kind of just going in and installing as many of those as we can. If I got the space. I don't care about the exoskift. Alright. We can turn these in, get our prizes. It'll be probably time to move on to a new system. So we at least get our inventory upgrades each time we pop into station. Alright, so that's smuggled goods. We got all that. I'm going to abandon the Predator one. And I do not care about the rest of your stuff here. So let's grab our smuggled goods. And hop back over to our ship. And find a new system to go to. Alright. I'm leaning over continuing to do, like, hit a pirate hub. Use it to bounce me to a couple of systems nearby. Economy, life form, conflict. None of those seem to be helping me spot pirate systems. Yeah, so white dots don't have anyone. What is that? Yeah, because that blue is going to be Korvax. Well, I guess of the pirates, it's still... Well, there's a pirate system. Oh, one of our fleets have returned. Okay, so what do we get? Debrief. So we got salvage frigate module. Pretty good amount of activated emerald, like a pretty solid amount. Nitrogen salt, nitrogen salt. One of the ships got recalled for repairs. Nothing, 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 nothing. Some iridesite. Nothing, nothing. Some nitrogen salt. One of the ships was called back for repairs. 205 units. Alright. So 350,000 units. And yeah. That's a pretty big payout one. Alright. Let's check on this. Add additional storage. Okay. Cool, our freighter got a bunch of extra parts. Extra storage. And only 2 things. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in and hanging out and all that good stuff. Alright. We'll take the industry one. So the industry one... we gotta wait. Because we got critically damaged ships. That's fine. Alright, so that's all going well. Let's go check at the station. Do the rounds. Let's then check. Oh, I had more contraband on my ship. Well, rip. You actually have a decent amount of fuel for sending stuff off. Not much else I care about. So let's take the contraband off my ship. Put in my inventory. I will grab all this stuff. Put it on the freighter. And that'll do for now. Okay. We're at a bit over 60,000 nanites. We should be able to score a couple thousand more here. We can figure out from there. Man, I remember first playing this and getting the solar sail, like, you know, the solar sail ships, and just getting it to having as efficient as a warp drive as possible, and just jumping towards the middle of the galaxy like tens of thousands of light years per jump and all. It's just ridiculous. Okay, so we do have a capital ship raid. We've been doing these for different objectives I've got. We're going to go ahead and get all your illicit goods, if you don't mind. And if you do mind, I'm still going to get them, but I guess maybe you'll feel bad about it or something, I don't know. Oh hey, you're just titanium on the cheap. Okay, so we're getting another row here. I also remember the inventory slots being way more expensive in the game. Like, it would be one of those things that they started at like 500 credits or 1,000 credits, basically nothing, but it seemed like they doubled up or so each and every time. So getting your last couple slots when the game first dropped, I remember it costing several million credits. And I remember it being a real painful thing to do. But that's all changed so many times since the game first came out. Alright, so we're gonna go pick up we're gonna go find a freighter. We're gonna rip all its cargo off. Then we're gonna move on to other things. Anything here we can double dip on? Not at the moment, but there's some good stuff there. Okay, give me the nanites. All right. I didn't check to see what was in system. With us doing all the missions, it's kind of one of those things. See, in a recent run, you found the Merchant Guild gives ship upgrade slots for free. Imagine the luxury. Oh yeah, no, it's one of those things like nowadays there's so many different ways to get all that stuff, which it didn't used to be. I'm glad I way over invested in the defenses on the ship. I'm actually taking a decent amount of damage here. Okay, so I actually lost quite a bit of standings with the Vakeen here, but that's honestly not that big a deal to me. Alright. That's not what I wanted. Okay, we are now a legendary outlaw. 7 out of 9. And how did that do towards... We've also almost got the walker thing done. Okay, so they still want me to pop more of those. We've almost got the smuggling probably done too. Like I said, it did cost me a good 5, 6, actually it'd be 7 rep with Vakeen, which is a lot of rep to lose at one time, considering most missions are only 1 or 2 rep. But at the same time, you pick on pirates in the system, and like every single pirate usually gives you 1 rep. There's a lot of different missions you can stack a whole bunch, side objectives that can give you a whole bunch. Getting your standings for most of them is not bad. The autophage can be a little grindy, and the outlaws can be a little grindy. Again, just kind of due to the limited options for building up rep. Okay, so there's a raid. Thank you, sir. And I would like to do a raid. Thank you, sir. And I'll be on my way. How's my inventory? My inventory is good. The ship's inventory is good. Cool. It also looks like the mission itself, when I accept, it gives me 2 standings of the Outlaws. When I finish it, it gives me 2 standings of the Outlaws, and then each and every cargo I destroy gives me a standing with the Outlaws. So these freight missions seem to be pretty solid for standings. It's also you just fly out there, hit it, fly back. Versus have to jump to the next system, get to the ground, land, talk to the person, come back, get back up here. So it definitely feels like the taking down the competition missions and the freighter missions are pretty solid rep pretty quick. All right. Where is considered your cargo? I'm assuming it's these. That's the only one, is I've killed a couple of ships versus looted them a few times. Because I misidentified where the cargo spots were. I'm assuming it's each one of these square ones here. Ow. Yeah, I think I just had the 3 of them. Okay, so that one's not as good. The really good ones are they got like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably more like, you know, like the 6 or 8 of them. Because you can get almost 10 rep by the time you're all done with all the things adding up. When it's just the 2 or 3 that, you know, it's still good. But it could be better. There's a good chance either 50 or 100 of the cargo pods destroyed will be the max rank for that. Which with decent sized freighters, we'd be at 50 with just 2 more. But it all depends what we get. The one was really good, where it was something like 10, 12 cargo pods on it. Because a bunch of cylinders, there's like 4 cylinders wide, 2 deep, and 2 down. And it's just like, this is just tons and tons of these. Okay, so literally all that's left is smuggling stuff. Of the rewards you're offering, I mean, I'll actually take the salvage data. Because the other stuff we can all buy and whatnot. Salvage data, I mean, sometimes you get to trade salvage data, but I don't see it show up very often. It's really freaking expensive. And you need a whole lot of it. Alright, so we'll smuggle this, and when we're done with the smuggling run, we'll just find ourselves a new pirate system. I think that'll be the new plan. Find the pirate system, do the local stuff. Once it kicks me out to doing some smuggling, we do whatever's in that new system, and then, you know, move on. There's a whole big universe out there. And I should also be checking. So our starship, we didn't get more smuggled stuff on us. I do have some illegal stuff on my person. Did you not set the log to the smuggling thing? Okay. Current mission. But why? Why am I having to smuggle that far away? It's fine. I'm just... Normally you have like this tiny little baby jump. Okay. So, aggressive sentinels. I'm not gonna worry about picking the fight with the sentinels right now. If we do brain another walker, that will make the Valkyne or whatever like us more. But I'd rather do that when I can line up a couple of sentinel kill contracts. That way you can just get a bunch, like, you know, that's, those are contracts I like to stack, is the animal kill contracts. Those ones, you get like 3 or 4 of them stacking, and just go down and do the violence, and get your payout pretty quick. Okay, we did manage to successfully scramble them from seeing my contraband. I'm gonna assume that right over the hill is where we're going. There we go. And grab the next thing to be processed. Okay. Straight in there before we get the scan on me. Okay. Okay. That's mildly annoying. Alright, so going to the space station next, so what we can do is pop all these while we wait. Okay, got a couple rare items. Did you, like, de-aggro already? It's like I'm well below the ground. Alright, I'm gonna guess they're bugged. Because I've had it before where, like, we get stuck in combat, but there's no sentinels anywhere around, or weird stuff like that. Yeah, it's like they clearly don't see me. Alright, so most likely we'll get pulled out by a Sentinel Interceptor. It's fine. Or it'll just bug up, it's fine. Oh, Sentinels. Such a reliably unreliable enemy. I do like, I've had the big chicken walker. I've had its AI just kind of shut down, where it just kind of stood there. I'm like, oh, I guess I'm just bullying it now. Alright. I mean, I still want the prize and I can't unbully it, so, you know. It's only fair, I guess. This is a very sterile-looking interior. With the, like, very, very over-the-top white lights. And, like, vaguely whitish silver floor. Definitely looks like we're going into some type of, like, space hospital. Or, like, space lab. Okay. So first hand in our mission. Thank you. Now I'll deal with those. It's fine. Sell our contraband. There's the nip. There's the forged passport. There's the first spawned relics. There's the blood salt, the gra. That's not contraband, but that'll be some we'll sell. That's not contraband, but some we're gonna sell. The moon ether. And also make sure we didn't get anything on our ship, because that's happened a couple times now. Cool. Anything we want to buy, though? Alright. Okay. I can run up here. Okay, so we have the mercenary stuff. Take the glass. And that was enough to push us over to being exalted with the Mercenaries Guild. So we are now maxed with the Mercenaries Guild. That's some pretty good news. So that means the Mercenaries Guild, the Merchant Guild, and the Explorers Guild were all maxed out on. Can we get a shout out for Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Baited into talking, that way we could shout them out. But it's good to see you. Alright, so it's 65,000. We'll be good there. And they're going to hop over to our freighter. Now what I'm going to do is when I get to the freighter, I'm going to take 2 seconds. I'm going to shout out Treacle real quick, because Treacle's a fantastic contributor. Played his whole... just get out of bed. Good morning from London. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't watch the viewer, like, who's viewing at any given time. The only time I peek at that is, like, once in a while when someone's doing something fishy, I might peek to be like, okay, well, what's this person up to? So for those who don't know, Treacle, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Highly, highly recommend playing some House Flipper 2. Nice. But, you know, has also been doing, like, Hightail and RimWorld and a whole bunch of other games. So if any of that stuff sounds good, definitely go check out Treacle. Fantastic time over there. Very recently became partnered on Twitch, which is a fantastic milestone. So definitely check him out. Front of the channel, all that good stuff. With that said, I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly use the restroom, stretch my legs and all that stuff, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. And we'll be back for more No Man's Sky here in a minute. Okay, and we're back. I forgot about that in Product Zomboid when Build 42 first. Oh, that was still telling me that I got my 9 out of 9 in the Mercenaries Guild. I was so confused. I was like, wait, what? Right. Wait. No, I was moving the ship. That's right. That's right. We were about to move the ship. That's what's going on. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you for the Gigantify. I hope things are going well. Yeah, because we just did this system. And now we're looking for another pirate system. There we go. Because we're just going to go around here and just yell "Yar" really loud as we go places. Not really, though. The other pirates would judge us greatly. Like, this guy knows we don't do that, right? Like, that's not what actual pirates do. We definitely drink the rum, but, like, we definitely don't yell "Yar." And I probably gotta see if I need to interact with the, with those frigates to do their critical repairs. Because the other time I had those, they seem to just resolve themselves. But those have been damaged for a little while now. A suspicious lack of parrots, too. Well, I mean, the pirates aren't unreasonable. They heard about, like, the whole, you know, be mindful about taking a parrot as a pet and, you know, avoid the exotic pets trade kind of thing. They definitely took it to heart and they're like, alright, we're better than that. We might be pirates, but we don't want to hurt the little animals. Just them scallywags. Okay. Let's see what you're willing to give me. Give me good stuff. Alright, I mean, a freighter rate is not bad. So, like, go ahead and give me the freighter rate, I'll take that. Because we'll get those going. Sir, I would like all your illicit goods, if you do not mind. And your suspicious packages. I'll take your fuel so I don't have to deal with it myself. It also reminds me, I had one or two things that I just needed to dump here, right? Not the illicit stuff. We're taking that with us for smuggling purposes. There was something I grabbed that was just like clutter. Well, I mean, I'll get rid of the Gravitino ball. Here, the Iridesite. That's good enough. Alright, give me my inventory slot. Yeah, so it's costing about 332,000 per spot now. Other nanites? Alright, 62,000 and 65,000 we get to upgrade our multi-tool. And with that, we'll hopefully be able to ramp up our damage quite a bit more, so just killing sentinels and that will be much faster. Because I want to say both my multi-tool and my Corvette are both, I think, rank B? I'm not catching fish. Alright. I've always liked the cargo ships that are literally just a box with the cargo pods coming outside that are also boxes. So it's just like this little helmet, this big rectangle with engines. Ooh, are you the one I think you are? I think you're the one that has lots of cargo containers. That's a lot of cargo. Ooh. Ooh, you have a lot of cargo containers. Okay. Let's get to work. Excuse me, Inspector here. I need to inspect all your cargo. I'm gonna need to inspect it on board my ship, though. That didn't seem to be hitting the actual container. Let's focus on the containers we know we got here. That was illegal goods there. Gra, that's smuggling. That's a crime. Okay, so this is the one that you cannot go underneath. Alright, so there should be at least 2 more containers on this side. I haven't gone high enough yet. Oop, okay, well, the cargo inspection is complete. You are free to go. Oh, they are dead, aren't they? I really just wanted the cargo. I wasn't really aiming to murder them all, but, you know, we are in that situation now. I mean, they gave me 18... They actually gave me a pretty good amount of illicit goods. So that's going to work for our smuggling stuff, too. Now, how are we doing on our smuggler... or our assault stuff? The smuggling is still climbing. Boo, there's a whole extra layer. I'm kind of hoping we're going to be pretty close to the finishing with the freighters. Because most of these things don't have that many ranks. I'm a little concerned about the walkers, because I want to say like 5 walkers is one of the earlier things that the Vakeen wanted me to do. Like to brain that many, and I'm like, alright, hang on. What is this going to be when I hit the max rank? Am I going to have to brain like 50 of these things? Am I just going to have to grind walkers? On Permadeath, that's pretty scary. Like, we got a little messed up earlier. I don't think we were, like, in super danger. They got a hit past my shields, but, you know, I have, like, 10 life at this point or whatever. Because Permadeath, I stacked my health real high for a good reason. Alright, give me the credit. Alright, so we got a raid on another one for a whole lot of contraband. But yeah, no, we get freighters like that where I can knock out a good like 10 cargo containers at once. That's the dream. That lets me skip forward a lot real quickly. Versus the ones where we get 3 and it just feels like a letdown. You kind of show up, you're like, why did I even get here? It's like being called into work in like retail or foods or whatever, and there's just like 2 customers in the whole store, and you're like, why am I here? Why did I get up this morning? What's the point? This is a colossal waste of everyone's time. It's 6. I mean, 6 is okay. Well, no, actually it's 8. This is not too bad. Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well. Remember how much I love you.
I love you more. Yeah.
Love it.
You too. Okay. More illegal goods. All right. We have ransacked the target. I like that we're fast enough that it's not that we can't be caught, but we usually just are able to outrun the fighters and all that, and just the moment the cooldown goes off, we can just leave. Not get into the whole drawn-out thing. Well, that was the whole thing. Alright, we are now Dread Pirate. So we are 1 rank below max rank for the Outlaws. I believe. Because it's... That's weird, because saying I hit 7 out of 9, but it said it was 8 out of 9. It's fine. Yeah, it does seem like if someone is trying to get a lot of rank for the Outlaws, it seems like the way to do it is just take nothing but the rival missions and the freighter assault missions. Both of those can be very lucrative. The freighter assault definitely is a little bit of RNG on how many cargo containers they have, but if it has a lot of cargo containers, you can get some really high rep really fast. Like, I'm getting over 10 rep per go. Alright, so we'll be stuck to smuggling. Yeah, and these are the rival ones I talked about, the 1st and 4th. I've already done all those I need to. I still need to smuggle more. That's the reason we're hopping between those. It also gives me a good, like, alright, it's a good break point to move on to the next system. Alright. A bunch of illicit goods we got off that one. I want to drop that off in the Corvette marketplace thing. You got anything else illegal for me? Yeah, you do. Also take some illegal stuff too. Alright. Let's drop this Corvette part off that we got out of the ship. And then we'll go smuggle these, and we'll do that whole rotation where we jump to the next pirate system afterwards. Keep the ball rolling, keep our inventory growing. One by one, ticking the boxes off of things we can continue to work on. If people are wondering, it's like, why aren't you working on any of the story? It's all done. It's a permadeath run, and we have done all of the story in the game. Including a bunch of, like, the random side objectives. So we were kind of just going, alright, well, let's work on up-teching, let's work on, you know, checking all the boxes. Plus, a bunch of these things, like hitting max rank of the Outlaws, a lot of this will actually get you cosmetics or banners or all that kind of stuff. So we can unlock things to, you know, do our... That's what I usually expect when you do a smuggle mission that shows up right next door. This time we have a pretty obnoxious amount of contraband on us. Okay, I think I need to worry about on my inventory. The ship's all good. Oh, you could sort that out. Yeah, I got a ton of contraband. All of that's illegal. Those are illegal. That is illegal. But sometimes you just gotta do a little bit of illegal. Not actual advice. So how far away is that spot? That's pretty far. Or not. I didn't realize we were still drifting that far forward. Alright. Let's go check to see if there's a contraband spot right down here. That's it. Get back to the helm. Stop showing me this. Get back to the helm. Surrender 1 first spawn relics. Okay, we tried to pull a fast one, and even though we're like fully up to our eyeballs, like we're fully up to our eyeballs worth of smuggled goods. They're like, we detected something illegal, but here is one coin, and they did not buy it. Unfortunately, I wasn't at the helm to, I wasn't at the helm to try and prevent the scan. Alright, let's try this again. They also didn't ask for the mission objective. Okay, let's try this again. With less getting caught with contraband. Alright. And we scan, give him the feathers. Salvage data and all that. An S quality underwater protection module. That's what I figured it was going to be. Are they all S qualities? No. Well, at least I actually am getting an upgrade. Alright, well, that's fine. Right. And grab this stuff. Okay. Now I'm still absolutely swimming in illicit goods, so let's go ahead and get to the station, drop off our ill-gotten gains. Alright, so what I was hoping for and I haven't done my research to know the best modules, whatever. There are some modules you can get where instead of just being a buffer, where it's just like you have time to absorb, it's a percentage resistance. And I find those to be amazing because the buffer, yeah, you could double... You can kind of like double your capacity, or it was for like, you know, resistance to whatever. But if I can cut the resistance down so that I have like a 30% resistance, it saves me having to refill it, and it can have kind of the same ultimate effect. I still think it's always good to have a buffer, you know, buffer box or whatever, buffer thing. But if I could get myself like 2 or 3 resistance ones, I would almost always prefer that. Just because, again, you don't have to pay to recharge. Even if the payment is nothing. From a practical side of me. It's too bad you may have caught me smuggling, but I'm already in the station. Okay. We'll do our thing where we check on the quests, all that. So hand in our quest. Cool. Alright, so... the Gek we would still need to do more quests for. Let's actually check with our stuff here. So the Gek would expect me to do more quests. The merchants... So all of the different, you know, groups would still want me to do more quests, even though we are max rank with them. It's still boxes to tick off. That said, I don't really want to do any of those ones, so I'm not going to do any of those ones. It's not an urgent problem. Oh, one second before I do that. Okay, I wasn't expecting to completely fill up my inventory, but, you know, maybe I should have. We'll start with the not needing a hypnotic eye. That's just something we sell, so that's good. There's smuggled goods, smuggled goods, smuggled goods, smuggled goods. Not gonna bother with it. Smuggled goods. Smuggled goods. Smuggled goods. Alright. Neutron cannon, Cytron cannon. Yeah, at some point I want to switch off the bolt caster to like the submachine gun one, but I get like none of the stuff there. That should be a lot of nanites. Like a whole lot of nanites we're gonna get out of that. Multi-tool expansion for free. Ammo for free. You can keep the rest. Which of the guilds am I not maxed with? Oh, we're maxed with all of them. There's only the 3, because you're maxed, you're maxed, you're maxed. Alright, so I don't need to keep stuff for donating to the guilds anymore. Gotcha. Pleasure to friend. I am Sales Gek. I hope I need to learn their language. Give me all the nanites. Just so many nanites. And then we turn around, we walk right over here. Multi-tool. And I would like to upgrade the class of my multi-tool. It is now an A class. And for some reason they gave me that. I'm not entirely sure why. So their multi-tool, we've got that better. But that also means it's time to go here. Go to the freighter. Grab all my multi-tool slot things I've been holding on to. Because we get those from like quests and all sorts of stuff. So now I got a big old pile of 20 of them almost. So, install an expansion slot. I might have a couple of upgrades. I'm assuming... Yep, okay, so that's the max I can do until we hit S rank. Cool, cool. Alright. That is a big win. In multiple ways. Did we have more of these? Okay. Organize this. And honestly, even after that, we still have almost 10,000 nanites. Okay, so it's time to find the next pirate system. There we go. But yeah, so that means we got one more tier upgrade we can do, which is unfortunately like 120-something thousand nanites on our weapon, and I believe I have 2 upgrades I can do on the Corvette. And that's kind of like your big spends, like that's where your largest spending on nanites is upgrading the classes of stuff. You can use them to like buy modules and try and roll the dice a bunch of times to maybe get a specific upgrade you're looking for, or min-max an upgrade to be a little bit better so you get slightly higher percents or whatever. I don't think that's necessarily worth it, but it's definitely worth it to upgrade your ship to S rank and upgrade your multi-tool to S rank. I should have done the comparison beforehand, but each time you rank it up, I believe it just increases its base stats. And then you can also add more slots to it. Alright. And it used to be you couldn't get like an actual multi-tool upgrade. You had to pay to, pay in credits to get an extra slot for your augments on that. That used to be your big credit sinks, was that in your ship going, I want more cargo, drop several 100 million credits to buy one more inventory slot because you're getting to those last few. But now you can just be like, okay, well, let me just target the content that can give me the inventory slots. So you're not worried about money or worried about things that give you your upgrades. Okay, so we got a raid on the capital ship. There's 2 of them. You're for contraband, so I'll go ahead and choose that one. And go to you. Grab all this. And get our inventory slot. Okay. I gotta be down to my last row or two on my exosuit. Because pretty much every new system we go to, I buy a slot or more. And I want to say like the max inventory is something like 128 slots or something like that. It's a lot. It's big. But still. Alright, it's just a couple of these. Then we should be maxed with the outlaws. Let's see, the inventory slots is why you burnt down the last playthrough. If that's all changed, it might be time for you to visit. Oh, yeah. So you still can do it that way if you want. But there is the option for, like, your inventory slots. Anytime you go to a new station, there you could just buy another slot. And you can also potentially get items that give you additional ones after that. If you're talking, like, your ship, you can get the ship augment slots. They're a little bit on the rare side, but it means instead of paying a big giant mountain of money for the later ones, you can just use those, and then with it, it's free. Okay. But also, like, with your multi-tool, it's the same thing. And so, like, you can do quests, and if you keep your eye on the quests, just watch the ones that give you the augment slots. You can do it. If you sat there and try and just exclusively grind the spots, it can still be pretty rough. But I mean, that's honestly true of anything in these kind of games. If you hyper-focus on just one thing and you just grind it day after day, you'll tend to just burn yourself out because you're effectively repeating the same content endlessly and there's no variety. I learned that lesson for the most part from Warframe. You'd be looking for, you know, like, whatever piece of whatever prime and just doing, like, one scout mission after the other, after the other, after the other, and you're like, man, I hate this now. And you realize you're just not having fun. Versus if you just have, like, your list, like, here's all the content that can give me things I need. And work through it, usually are pretty good. Alright. But yeah, so nowadays it's like, your inventory slot, your ship's inventory slot, your freighter's inventory slots, your multi-tools inventory slots. All of those have items to upgrade it. And I've lost a rank with the Korvax. For some reason, they didn't like me destroying their freighter. That's kind of the thing we accepted, though. We're pushing the outlaw. And once we get the outlaw locked in, then I can start fixing everyone else's stuff. Because just the nature of what you have to do with the outlaw, a lot of your stuff is going to be hurting your other faction ranks. Not too badly. Like, you gain a lot more faction rank with outlaw than you lose for the other ones. So it's not like a 1-to-1 or, you know, taking a very significant loss, comparatively speaking. Like, of the factions trying to level up their stuff, the one that I think would be the easiest to burn out on is autophage. Because mostly just going to the ground and repeating their quests again and again, and they don't have much variety, unfortunately. The item you want is a 2% drop from the C rotation. I'll play something else. Yeah, and especially it'll be like survival or whatever, and you're like, okay, I understand. So I get one chance every like 15-20 minutes to get this item. I understand. Hey, check, did you restock anything? That you did. But yeah, no, I remember doing that. That was a long time ago I played Warframe. It was around the point that they had, like, I was burning out before Plains of Eidolon were added to Warframe. But it was definitely like Plains of Eidolon kinda did it in at that point. Like, it had already been burning out. And they added the Plains, and is like kind of the open worldness of it, where 90% of it was empty. Really, really kind of just, you know, sucked the fun out of it. And then it came back when they did like the next open world thing, because the trailer was just too good. And that one didn't last long for me either. It was definitely one of those ones that, again, you kind of get on the world and you're like, just give me the mission, man. This world, it's like, I understand you want us to be like living and experiencing this world, but like, it's effectively, I almost treat it like it's a bigger load screen that I have to actively participate in making the load screen bar fill up. Don't dock. I also notice this says I need to break 10 pods, which is exciting, because that's a lot of pods. Oh, stop ramming me. Do you stop putting yourselves in the way of me trying to damage these? It doesn't look like there's any more up there. Did I miss any up top? I don't think I did. Nope, we're good. It was what, like 14 of them we got? Glad I took that. I even debated, like, do I want to do another one? Alright, so yeah, if we check... Ooh. Our standing is -1 in Korvax from doing that. We might be pushing this too far. That we're literally... With how much we did there... we have dropped down to test subject. Alright. We might have to work on our Korvax rep when we're done here. They just don't understand the privateer life. To be fair, each one of those pods is a -1 standing with the Korvax. So we did just tank ourselves like 12, 13, 14 standing in that short time. Okay. Alright, and then we just have ourselves a typical smuggling contract, which is good. We probably have overstayed our welcome here. Give me more illicit products, please. That's gonna be a lot of nanites too. Alright. So now I go smuggle into the next system. Feels like something's been going on with Twitch today. Like, you usually don't keep too close of an eye on the viewer count, but it has been all over the place. And, like, you know, it going generally up and down is pretty normal on stream. But, like, it's been, like, going half and then jumping up. Like, it's been real spiky. And while a lot of that usually has to do with, like, when the ad break hits and whatnot, this has definitely been just a weird one. Part of it just chalked up to, you know, like, Valentine's Day is going on, so it was a bit quieter in the start for everyone celebrating with, you know, loved ones and whatnot. But just kind of seeing it pop all over the place. I'll be curious when I look at my analytics at the end of stream, because what you see in the viewer count is kind of make-believe. It should be roughly what things are, but the only one that really matters is when you go in your analytics and see what the numbers are at the end. Those are the real numbers. There's definitely times where, like, the viewer count's all over the place, and you look at the analytics and it's just totally fine. Alright. How close are we to maxing out Outlaws? We become Admiral of the Black, which I assume is the highest rank, in 13 points. So one good freight mission or a handful of smaller missions. The smaller missions tend to give me about 2 outlaw rep, whereas the freight missions, like I said, I can walk away with 10, 12, 13, 14 really fast. Give me No Man's Sky. Well, yeah, now my comment isn't just like the viewership being up or down. It's been very spiky is more my comment. That it's been unusually popping up and down. I've also seen, like, a couple of times I've had frames drop. So it's entirely possible that I've missed, like, some mild disconnection happened, that it came back and people got dumped by Twitch or that kind of thing. Because we've had that before. Like when the ingest servers are acting up. That it's just those are rough days, and you see like the ingest servers going, and it's like there's nothing you can do about it. You know, when Twitch is having like a proper technical fit. All right, and we can go ahead and deliver our nips. There you are, little buddy. The heck are you? It's been disconnecting and forcing you to reload. Gotcha. Interesting. Like, I do see that at some point we dropped some frames. Not that many. Like, what I would... To me, like, with the frames, what I would associate with, like... Not even a full disconnection, just, like, you had a little lag for a couple of minutes. Yeah, it sucks to hear it's been disconnecting. But yeah, no, if it's if we're getting disconnections, yeah, that would do it. Because a lot of people lurk. So you're just background noise. And so it is just one of those things that when people are lurking like that, if it disconnects them and they don't just, recover from it, they're just gone. And, they'll notice it, but they'll be in the middle of what they're doing, and maybe not they mess within 10, 15 minutes or whatever. Alright. I'm trying to keep an eye on the frame drop. Like I said, it's only been like 2 spots. My connection looks solid, but you never know. I'm actually curious if if tonight would be a night I would expect to have a higher or lower overall traffic on Twitch. Because for one, there's a whole bunch of places that just don't celebrate Valentine's Day in the first place. And then you have a lot of people who, they're probably not going to be on because they're, doing stuff with their significant other. But on the other end, for people who, they don't have a significant other or whatever, or their significant other can't be there, yada yada, I could see a lot of people in those shoes, wanting to kind of be on something like Twitch to stay distracted or whatever. So, like, in the end, I don't know where any of that would land. Okay. There's that contract. We'll end up killing sentinels one way or the other. So grab that one. We'll end up killing creatures one or the other, so that's that one. I don't care about taking photos and all that garbage. I can drop off all our smuggled goods. Oh, before I do that, I need to go pop these boxes. Okay. So now let's sell our contraband. And the hypnotic eye and junk that I don't usually keep. Like something like the walker brains I could probably sell as well, but That's kind of the thing is, so much of that stuff you don't feel a need to sell unless you're like trying to get that last little bit of change. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Hope you had yourself a good sleep and all that good stuff. We are definitely not committing a lot of crime. Like, a lot of crime. Oh, I need to... Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I need to check my ship. We did just take down a bunch of stuff. Yeah, it's full of contraband. We got another defense field. I gotta check to see how good those defense field. You had a good sleep, kinda? Well, that kinda sounds good. Alright, so free exosuit expansion slot. Grab that. Life support for free, and that for free. So this will be a whole big another pile of nanites. Okay. So we get our extra slot. And then they gave me another one for free. Okay. Welcome to Gek. Best. Happy to your. I need to sit here and do the language stuff so that I can understand them. Yep. Needless to say, This is a way to get a lot of nanites real easy. This is probably like kind of pushing your meta for nanites. Is just, if you got the money, just go to the pirate systems. Just burn all your cash buying as much of the packages that give you the pirate stuff as possible. Don't check to see what the results are. Just get the wild card things. Drop them all for 300 to 700 nanites each. Sure, it deletes several millions, but if you're smuggling at the same time, it seems like money is not that big of a problem. All right. Oh, I have to refuel the hyperdrive. Okay. Let's take a look for one more crime system. All right. There we go. And then this should be our outlaw. Most likely, if we can get a freighter mission or two here, this should be our outlaw. Our freighter just flipped upside down. But this will be our outlaw stat or ship locked in. And then, like I said, what I'd probably do from there is I wouldn't worry about popping the freighter stuff unless I end up in a situation with like the pirate stuff. Which then we can take whatever frigates are by the pirates and harass them, kind of thing. Or it's just a thing that occasionally I pop a freighter until we get that objective done. Because the smuggling doesn't really hurt your standing as long as you don't get caught. And we already did the contracts for just shooting a bunch of ships. So the freighter pods are the only one we're waiting on. Yeah, that's got to be pretty close to the end. So 18 more. And that 18 more should have it where we then we don't have any missions for that, and then we could just do smuggling stuff or whatever if we have to. Alright, then I had another shield thing here somewhere. Did I leave it on my starship? I did. I'm assuming those are probably like your S-tier shields for how much they cost. It is the thing I'm thinking that when we rank up our ship again, I'll probably go and finagle all the parts around the ship and make it nicer. Like actually try and make it presentable. Versus the rectangle I've shoved engines on and guns on. Okay, we got one raid on a freighter. I'll need all your illicit goods, sir. Don't care what it is, as long as it's illegal, I want it. And our inventory slot. Alright. I also remember when I first started playing the game, and before you learn better ways of doing it, trying to get the languages learned in the game, and just walking around to each and every person and being like, "Hi, I would like to learn your language. Technology, please. Hi, I would like to learn your language." And be like, "Alright, I've talked to all 4 of them, go to the next place, get your inventory slot, talk to everyone in the station one by one, and get a word from each one." It was not a good time. That was very tedious. Alright. Come on, give me a good freighter. 10 pods? That sounded pretty good. We'll start with the bottom so I don't accidentally dock. That's what we wanted to see. Please don't ram me. It's just rude. Actually, worried I might end up destroying this thing before I get through them all. Okay, that's the bottom. Oh, there is none on the top. Well, that's a little disappointing. Alright, just making sure. No more cargo containers, right? We got all the good bits out of it. We got all the nougaty filling out of this one. Yep, that's looking a little concerned by the fact. So it's 2, 4 per line. There's at least 3 lines. So yeah, so it'll be at least 12, so we should be good. So it was good. Not as good as I thought it was. My first thought when it was thought it was going to be the one that had like 14, 16 of them. But it still had, I think, 12? Which I'm certainly not unhappy about. Because that would mean one more even okay-ish freighter. Alright, so we dropped a rank with a Vakeen, I believe. Because we did do a lot of damage. Or, I have just maxed out my rank with the pirates. We are now Admiral of the Black. I wasn't even paying attention to what goodies we popped out of there. We got illegal stuff, illegal stuff, illegal stuff. And the rest is all fine. Alright, so meanwhile, double checking on this. We can go here, do this, outlaws. So 4 more containers gets me the next rank up. We have the highest rank for bounties, and we're making really good progress on smuggling. Let's go over here, see if I can get 1 more freighter, because most likely we'll get more than 4. That had to be a pretty terrible freighter to get less than that. But we get 1 more freighter, and if that finishes that, then that's great. Because then we just have smuggling, and then like occasionally doing a smuggling mission, or fighting random pirate, like rival pirates or whatever missions, to deal with all that stuff. Nah, nothing there. That's fine. Give me your illegal goodies. Did you really not have a single one worth, like... Did you even have a smuggling one for me? You do. Sure. Almost all of them would just want to give me a forged passport, so that's fine. Okay. So that'll be a smuggling run. I'm half tempted to just undock, find a freighter, and then shoot the last 4 pods. Not even for anything else, just absorb the rank loss on the Vakeen. Because it was 4 I needed, right? 6. Alright. See if we can't find... a ship and just pop 6 of those. Here we go. You happen to have exactly 6. Okay. We'll just now get away from them. We'll jump to the next system and see if that was what we needed to max out that rank. Okay. So, outlaws. Nope. Alright, so we'd have a lot more to do. That is unfortunate, because that is going to just cost me a ton of rank. But that is what it is. Because it looks like I have at least 25 more I gotta do. So we might be tanking our reputation in a lot of places to get that done. I don't think that's going to be necessarily a huge priority for me at this stage. We've already got the Outlaws maxed out. So I can see doing it when I have a quest. You know, something that gives me something good. It just stinks because we definitely knocked ourselves down 1 rank there, and we knocked ourselves down quite a bit with the Korvax. But that's okay. Like I said, it can be one of those things that we just start taking the missions where you fight like all the individual pirate ships, because each and every pirate you kill in a system gives you reputation with whoever the system owner is. So it's not too hard to build those back up. take some mercenary contracts, and usually you'll get pretty decent. There's probably where we're doing. I bumped. Yeah, that'll probably be it. And if it's not here, we'll find it the other way. Oh, that's definitely not it. That's fine. Okay, grab my nanites. So you're just about to buy this game, and see just hopping into a planet with no loading screen is so satisfying. What you do as a new player. So there are a lot of quests in this game. This is absolutely one of those games that you can very easily find yourself overwhelmed because the game's like, well, what about this? Well, what about this? Well, what about this? Just keep in mind you don't have to run down all of those things or any of those things at any given time. So kind of some of the early things to work on is just, generally speaking, follow the quest lines, like the main quest lines that pop up. They will unlock a lot of things for you. They'll show you a lot of things in the map. So it can be a great place to start. They'll get you a lot of your good stuff. And then as you get stuff, you know, just work on upgrading. A lot of this game is just doing whatever, get your next upgrade, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's kind of just whatever you enjoy, just do it. And almost everything will give you progression. The life form clucks and garbles at his study as they study my equipment. They gently peck at areas of my exosuit that show wear and tear. They run their gloved fingers over my multi-tool and look for irregularities and imperfections. Friend, I am Gek, Trade Federation accredited. I give help. Suddenly staring up at me, they spin the table that shows the cost of their services. Pay for exosuit inspection. As the life form mutters and clucks, running their fingers over my exosuit's mechanical eye. There is a look of jealousy in their eyes. Let's see. And is it true that you can choose any planet you can make a base? Yeah, and you can actually base on many planets. Like, you don't have to have one base. But yeah, you can, if you want to be on the bottom of the ocean, you can do it. If you want to be an absolute monstrosity of an awful, horrible place, that's an option too. If you want to live in basically a paradise, that's also an option. Eventually they move on, and the alien makes a great show of tightening a few loose screws. The life form mutters, clucking, running their fingers across the exosuit mechanical eye. There's a look of jealousy in their eyes. Oh yeah, that's... So basically we got scammed. It was like, I'll take care of you, and then didn't do anything worthwhile. Okay, it's just carbon. You actually get a pretty okay amount of carbon going into those rooms, but that's fine. This is the type of game you've been looking for ages. Just doing whatever and landing anywhere. Yep. As far as like considerations of like open world go, it doesn't get much more open. Okay. But yeah, you can like, you can also choose what to care about or well, care about and not as well. Like I'm working on getting my reputation up with different factions, like the outlaw factions and all that. You can choose to just be like, you know what? Don't care. You'll end up getting some faction just by the nature of playing the game. But like, you can just choose to never put a focus on and not have to worry about it. Well, that's a hole. That's not what I wanted. Luckily we got out of it. What are you? Cool. A memory stone. Give me a lot of nanites. Alright, so we got a little bit of a hike here. Let's not fall into the hole. Let's see, can I ask, can you build your ship you want? How many ships can you build? That's what you heard, you don't know. So, there's a couple different things. You can own a bunch of ships. I actually don't know what the limit is. I know it's a pretty decent limit. I just don't know off the top of my head what it is. Like it's a lot. But there's actually kind of two different ways to build your own ship. There's one way where you can find ships in the world and be like, I like the wings on that ship, and you can destroy that ship to get parts to like make your own custom build ship. It's about a 12 ship limit. I thought it was a 12 ship limit like active. Like that you could have more in storage, but you can only have like 12 ships show up kind of thing at a time. I could be wrong. Even then, 12 is a heck of a lot of work. To, you know, have them be more than just, you know, nothing. Like, it takes a lot to upgrade a ship all the way. But, regardless of what that is. So there's one way where you can go to the station and kind of have a ship disassembled to get parts for it. And then you can use those parts for building a ship part by part so far as, like, your regular little old spaceship. But recently they also introduced a thing called Corvettes. And if you're familiar with Starfield's shipbuilding, Corvettes work like that, where you kind of get like your different blocks and you put them together however you want to. And that whole bit. I find it interesting that it doesn't seem to care while I'm mining in my vehicle. Normally they get really mad about this. Alright. So, like, if you like that type of part, you can add to your ship. Yeah, that's one of the two ways. The other way, you kind of salvage for parts. You just get a bunch of random parts. And you can kind of pick and choose what you want and, like, assemble your thing. But the Corvette's kind of a medium-sized ship. Whereas the one I'm talking about where you, like, pull the wing off is the smaller ships. Which is, the smaller ships were the only ships for the longest time. Alright, so we are going to give them the contraband blood salt. Because we are smuggling right now. Okay. Ooh, okay. In 1 second, chat. I'm just delaying the next ad. The thing. That's kind of cool. You're already thinking of a custom ship. You want to create, it's like a railway gun from Lost Planet. Yeah, aesthetically, you can do a lot. It's not as fine-tuned as, like, say, Space Engineers or something like that, where you can, like, really make it look like just about anything. So, like, this is, for example, the Corvette. So, if you look at this ship, so, like, this piece of this grid here, that's one piece. This would be its second piece. This thing down here is the third piece with a decorative piece on top. Those shield generators are both pieces. That reactor's a piece. The gun in the cockpit's a piece. You get the idea. Each of those guns are a piece. Mine is not very pretty because it's very it's a box. It's a box with engines and guns strapped to it. But you can make them far cooler. Whereas the other one is more like, this ship has 2 wings, or has wings. You just choose what wings it has. This ship has. I don't have an example of the other one. I've actually completely ignored the smaller ships this run, because this is a permadeath save. So I've been doing that. Okay. So we are full of contraband that we're going to be bringing to the station to drop off for sale. Because pretty much the last 2 days I've been working entirely on the smuggling side of things. Well, the outlaw faction stuff. So we're going to ruin our reputation and have to fix it. But at that point we'll be maxed out with... Well, we are maxed out with the outlaws now. Yeah, so the others, if we go inside the station here, we usually have other ships dock here pretty quickly. That's fine. We'll worry about that when we get there. Alright, so let's do our little circuit in the station, check on quests. We'll hand in our smuggling quest. I will grab a Kill the Sentinels quest for later. Sentinel quads for later. I don't care about the others right now. Alright. The ship you want to make it will be big. Yeah, and that's just what I'm trying to get is there are some limitations. It isn't Space Engineers, Minecraft or that, where you could get pretty big. I would say the small fighters are, you know, like the smaller ships are generally like, you know, fighter, Millennium Falcon size, like that kind of frame. Then you've got the Corvettes, which are kind of the medium size, and both those can be customized. Yeah, so like these littler ones, I could be like, you know what? I think that ring looks dumb. I'd rather have those wings. I could destroy that to get the wings and build a fighter with this, you know, the ring gone. You know, take the cockpit, take the landing gear, take the engines. And there's a pretty wide variety. It's just unfortunate that both of those are kind of very similar base models. They're both fighter class, but you see like this one's got kind of more of a steampunkish front. You know, and that's an Explorer, but I could take the twin engines off that, or the big bulky square cockpit. So that's one way, and then the other way is, like I said, the Corvette. And that's actually the reason why my Corvette is parked way over there. This area here is for the small ships, that's for the medium ships. And then your large freighters, you don't really have the ability to customize in any meaningful capacity. They're just kind of big carrier kind of things. Alright, we can get the bulk cargo thing for free. I'll buy the Radion so I don't have to get it. Give me the suspicious packages. But there's also, there's ships called exotics. Yeah, so there's a hauler, for example. That's another hauler. So, like, this one has just, like, the tail fin. I could use a tail fin with those wings. That takes a lot of work to do that. I prefer the Corvettes. But the disassembling your ships and part by parting them existed before the Corvettes. Oh, yeah, so there's an exotic right there. So exotics you can't customize nearly as much. But they have, like, really kind of unique designs and usually have moving parts. So, like, this exotic's pretty cool that when you fly, those arms will come down. So it's kind of like the Imperial Shuttle in Star Wars, it's just missing the middle fin. But there's some ships who have like some really wild designs that, like I said, they're exotic and they're not customizable in the same capacity. But that's because the nature of how they move would be limiting on how you could customize them. You'd have to get rid of the moving parts and all that. Alright, so let's see here. I have an S rank bolt thing. Yeah, we're running on some A's. Let's go ahead and grab this. That overwhelms that. So your fire rate, burst cooldown, clip magazine, and damage. So the other ones are A ranks. And this won't fix that, I don't believe. Yeah, because that's not just a straight up buff to it. So be looking at these two. So shots per burst is pretty nice. Yeah, so it looks like the outlaw one is just going to be better than this. So we're going to store you. Because I've revealed that you're not going to be worth much, so I'm going to take the wiring loom. I'm going to move you. Oh, we got okay, so we got all that there. That's good news. Okay, cool. Meanwhile, let's go and check to see what all goodies we got out of this. When starting, someone said, "Oh, if you start a multiplayer, make sure you turn off PvP." Yeah, it's also a thing if you're playing in the multiplayer and you don't want people to give you stuff to skip ahead. It's genuinely a thing that you can be careful at the anomaly of having multiplayer on. I don't know if you still can do it the same way you used to, but people could give you things and you didn't have to like accept. It would just show up in your inventory. And for a lot of people that could be a thing that kind of ruined the fun because there wasn't a good way to get rid of money if they gave it to you. So like I almost never play in multiplayer, but I know there are a lot of people who have a strong preference for multiplayer. Alright, so give me all these nanites. Yeah, as far as the PvP thing goes, I mean, it's probably best to do, like, to turn off PvP, I guess. Me, like I said, I have multiplayer turned off entirely most of the time, so it's neither here nor there. But, yeah, genuinely, I don't think you run too much into people PvPing. The galaxy is really big, so unless you're, like, inviting people into your area, it's not that they can't find you, but it's kind of a whole thing. We got a cargo bulkhead. Alright, so let's teleport back to our carrier. Freighter, whatever. Yeah, and we're jumping now to my, like, the last category of ship, which is a freighter. You don't pilot the freighter, it's too big. It's a big capital ship. Yeah, so like the freighter, all these rooms back here I place and customize, but like once you get past this threshold, this I can't customize in any meaningful capacity, it's just the way it is. But then, you know, you can run around here, and back here, you've got a hangar that you can have, a, like, your ships will show up here. So like that, those aren't my ships, those are random people showing up, like so far as like NPCs. Because my Corvette is too big to fit in here, it's actually kind of out front. But with that, we are going to go to my Corvette, which just uses the teleporter over here. But yeah, there's some really cool ships. And that's not even getting into, there are special ships that I won't spoil, that are kind of like the exotics, but they're very unique. Well, okay. Make sure I didn't leave anything in there. Nope. Alright, let's jump here. And every time you get off of the dash, it saves. Because what's going to happen, chat, is it is getting to that time, and I got to use the restroom anyways. So we are going to be wrapping up. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. There's a good chance I'll do Big Ambitions tomorrow, I think. That way to mix up the content just a little bit. That's a serial entrepreneur tycoon game I played on the channel a couple of times. They've had a major update that added, like, you know, cinema and theaters and a whole bunch of stuff. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly because I do not have a host ready for you over on the YouTube side, but don't forget to like and subscribe. If you're over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, because I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go ahead and find someone for us to drop a raid on.